ఆయన రెండో రోజు నుంచి జీతం డబ్బులే సార్.
బ్యాచిలర్స్ అలాంటి ఇంకా మిగతా అలాంటి పరిస్థితి
పెట్రోల్ బంక్ రెంట్ ఇస్తారు
అందుకే ఏం లేదు
పర్మనెంట్ అసెట్స్ అసెట్స్ ఫోన్ రెస్పాండ్ కావు నువ్వు ఫోన్ వచ్చింది కదా ఫోన్ రెస్పాండ్ పిక్ చేసావా
ఇంతమంది పార్టిసిపేట్ ఉన్నారు
ఏమేంటంటే ఇక్కడ పెయిన్ చేసింది నడుస్తుంది నడుము ఇంట్లో ఉన్నాడు దర్శనం చేసుకుంటే ఆయన కవర్ పోతున్నాడు మళ్ళా నాకు ఒక 10 నిమిషాలు కూర్చోబెట్టి నాలుగు ఎక్కడాడు నేను లడ్డూలు తీసుకొచ్చి పనుకొని మనకి నాలుగు ఎక్కడాడు ఏమైందంటే తగ్గిపోయి లేకుండా గంట సేపు మాత్రము అసలు మంచి మనుషులు అనుకోండి నేను ఏ తీసుకున్నానో ఎప్పుడు నాకు ఏమీ అంటే అసలు కూడా వచ్చింది కదా పెట్టదు మార్చ్ మీకు కోఆర్డినేట్ చేయాలి కోఆర్డినేట్
రెండు దగ్గర పెడితే సౌండ్ వస్తుంది.
Shall we start? అందరినీ the galaxy of intellectuals, honored luminaries, very respected technical experts, respected faculty and participants. I, Shilpa Shesham, Assistant Professor in the Department of AI, on behalf of the organizing committee of today's event, feel privileged to have the pleasant task of welcoming you all. Good morning, one and all. Artificial intelligence has become intertwined with each aspect of our life. For the last 60 years, countless scientists and philosophers have worked hard to advance this field to what it is today. Anurag University, that aims at providing an excellence in fundamental research, takes immense pleasure in welcoming you all for the most awaited one-week faculty development program on artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques, organized by the Department of AI in association with Solate. I deem it a great privilege to invite our chief guest, Dr. P. Kiran Kumar Sir, Assistant Professor, IIMS, Sirmaur. Thank you, sir, for accepting our request. I consider it as a great honor to welcome our very beloved Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor S. Ramchandram, onto the dais. Thank you, sir. I'm immensely pleased and honored to welcome our very beloved Registrar Ma'am, Professor Syed Samina Fatima, to grace the dais. Thank you, ma'am. It is my pleasure to invite our Dean School of Engineering, Dr. Vijay Kumar Sir, onto the dais. I feel delighted to invite Dean Research and Development, Dr. Satish Kumaran Sir, onto the dais. Welcome, sir. I feel delighted to invite our program chair for today's event, Dr. A. Mallikarjun Reddy Sir, Head Department AI, onto the dais. With equal pleasure, I invite convener of today's event, Dr. S. Krishnanand Sir, onto the dais. As members of organizing committee of Anurag University, we would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to all the speakers who have taken time from their busy schedule for imparting valuable information to the enthusiastic participants. Thank you all. I would now like to mention the list of speakers for all the enlightening sessions held during this week. Dr. P. Kiran Kumar Sir, Assistant Professor, IIMS, Sirmaur. Professor S. Ramchandram Sir, Vice Chancellor, Anurag University. Mr. Prasad Illa Sir, Solution Architect, Tech Systems, Mumbai. Dr. Tulsi Prasad Sarki Sir, Associate Professor, Scope, VIT, Chennai. Dr. Amrit Pal Sir, Associate Professor, Scope, VIT, Chennai. Dr. S. Nagarjun Sir, President, Wyoming Global Research World, Private Limited. Dr. Arbam Neelima Madam, Assistant Professor, Department of CSE, NIT, Nagaland. Mr. Pawan Kumar Sir, Senior Consultant Specialist, Tech Systems, Hyderabad. Dr. S. Krishnanand sir, Anurag University. Asatoma Sadgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, Mrutyoma Amrutangamaya. May I now request all the dignitaries on the dais to light the lamp and start today's enlightening session. I call upon the choir to sing the prayer song. I request everybody to rise at your places.
Hello.
Kundendu Dusharahar Dhavana Ya Shubhravastranvita Ya Veena Varadanda Mandikakara Ya Shweta Padmasana Ya Brahmachyuta Shankara Prabhratibhim Devai Sada Pujita Samat Patu Saraswati Bhagavati Nishesha Jatyapaha. I request dignitaries to take their seats. All the participants, please take the seats. It's now the time for our convener of today's event, Dr. S. Krishnanand sir, to give a brief introduction about the upcoming event. Welcome, sir.
Okay, good morning to one and all assembled here, both people who have assembled right in front at the stage and also from people from different parts of the country. So I welcome you all to this faculty development program, which is being conducted for 5 days. As you all know, artificial intelligence and machine learning is an upcoming field where plenty of research and development is taking place, not only in India, but across the globe. With this view in perspective, with the blessings starting from our Vice Chancellor, Registrar Madam, and all the dignitaries who have assembled here, people, they encouraged, why not we put that perspective into action by enhancing the knowledge and skills of faculty members and industrial persons worldwide and bring a notable change to not only the organization, but the country at large. With this view in perspective, we received cooperation from a large number of sources where many people who are ready to share their knowledge, not only from industry, but also from academics, starting from our own Vice Chancellor, who is ready to share his valuable time imparting knowledge. As Madam had already mentioned the list of speakers who are going to present. So our aim is not just to say that this faculty development program took place for 5 days. If every participant is able to assimilate something out of this and is able to either develop something as a product or share knowledge with their peers and with their fellow students, something if they can take out of this, it will be a huge success. Success is measured not in terms of money, but in terms of the value you get from this FDP. I would like to thank one and all present here and make sure this is a resounding success. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now take the opportunity to call upon Head Department AI, Dr. A. Mallikarjun Reddy, sir, to address the gathering.
Good morning to all. Good morning to all. Revered Chief Guest, Dr. P. Kiran Kumar, sir, His Excellency Vice Chancellor, Professor S. Ramchandram, sir, Honorable Register Madam S. Samin Fatima, Madam, and very respected CEO S. Nilma, Madam, and respected Dean School of Engineering, my Guru, Professor V. Vijay Kumar, sir, and Dr. S. Satish Kumaran, sir, Dean R&D, and convener of today event, Dr. S. Krishnanan, sir, respected speakers of all sessions, my team, and participant of the skill enriched program. On this wonderful day, I extended my warm welcome to all the participants of this FDP, which is aimed to drench in the ocean of artificial intelligence, and especially thank all the speakers of all the sessions, without whose acceptance it could not be made possible. Artificial intelligence is a pride branch in the Anurag University, took its birth in the year of 2020. Since then, it has been organizing many different workshops through its clubs, and this is the second FDP organized by us. This FDP mainly aims at giving scope for further research in the field of artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques. I am sure at the end of this FDP, all the participants are going to know the various updated techniques in the field of artificial intelligence and machine learning. Also, it will help the research scholars to implement those techniques for their research work. Thank you for entrusting us, and I promise you that the sessions on data science, cloud computing, full stack, big data analytics, machine learning concepts, DevOps, fuzzy logic, systems, and end-to-end hands-on sessions from domain understanding to deployment of machine learning algorithms will definitely take into new world of advanced technology, making you expertise, creating a professional impression where you develop. On behalf of the organizing committee, I convey my deep regards and hearty thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor S. Ramchandram, sir, for his constant support in promoting these knowledge-enriched programs in our university. I especially thank our management, convener of the today FDP, Dr. S. Krishnanan, sir, and all my team for making this event success. Without taking much of time, I thank everyone for extending their hands in making it. Predicting the future is not a magic, it is a artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I now request Dean School of Engineering, Dr. V. Vijay Kumar, sir, to share his experiences.
Good morning to all of you. Professor S. Ramchandram, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Anurag University, and Professor Syed Samin Fatima, Registrar, Anurag University, and Mallikarjun Reddy, the Head Department of AI and ML, and Dr. S. Krishnanand, the convener of this 5 days FDP, and the AI and ML team, those who are organizing this wonderful workshop. So I congratulate all of you for organizing such an event. One need not necessarily to specify today the role of AI. Whatever you see, usually people will say there can be a sky and earth, but in between or everywhere, the AI is immersed today. Whatever may be the field, either it is technical, non-technical, or medical, whatever you name, there the AI and machine learning techniques are playing a wonderful role. So that's why this FDP will have I think so it will have a wonderful, those who are participating in this FDP, they will have a wonderful opportunities to gain many things, irrespective of their field. That is one thing. And anyway, I would like to congratulate again the team. They have brought good number of speakers from all over India. That's a really great talent. And coming to the department, I think so started around 1990, to my knowledge, if at all I am right. I think so the students are now in final year. This is the youngest department in AU. But anyway, once the Samin Fatima took over as the head department of AI 3 years back, the department has attained a lot of glory, not only in Anurag University and also in the, in entire Hyderabad and also in the entire the twin states of Telugu. So the department has grown very well, and especially Madam has concentrated a lot in especially in the developing the core structure, and also she has given, she has made a path how to grow the department in terms of workshops, in terms of projects, in terms of everything. So I'm happy that Mallikarjun Reddy is going with that path. So I wish you all the best. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. It is my pleasure to invite our registrar ma'am, who hardly needs any introduction, Professor Saida Samin Fatima madam, to enlighten us with her speech. We are blessed to have you here, ma'am.
Thank you, Shilpa. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor S. Ramachandran, the chief guest of this function, I think P. Kiran Kumar, Dr. P. Kiran Kumar, the Dean Engineering, Professor Vijay Kumar, Dean R&D, Dr. Satish Kumran, Head Department of AI, Dr. Mallikarjun, Senior Professor, Dr. Anand, my dear colleagues from the AI department and all the other departments, and my dear participants, a very good morning to all of you. I think this is a wonderful occasion that the AI department has come up with a 5-day program on AI and ML. AI is as old as computer science. In 1950, Alan Turing suggested a test called the Turing test. At that time, the word AI was not coined. They were calling it as an imitation game, the Turing test. Later in 1956, John McCarthy coined the word artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is an approach in which we are trying to mimic human behavior. We're trying to understand how humans think, but still it's a far-reaching goal to understand completely how human beings think. So at least what they decided is we should be able to make the computers behave as if they are human beings. That was the idea. So with that idea, people started working in the field of AI, and various topics that were covered under AI were search, knowledge representation, game playing, theorem proving, logic, natural language processing, and so on and so forth. Today, you find that nearly after 73 years of the coining of the imitation game and then the AI word, we find that self-driving cars are available. They employ search to find a route. They find ways to avoid obstacles. They find ways to navigate. And this is not just possible with AI, but you have to also merge with other disciplines, which are mechanical, electrical, electronics, and so on and so forth. So today we cannot work in isolation. AI people have to work with the domain experts. Self-driving cars, all of you are hearing about that. That is one of the reality. But what are the things that people do here? Okay, they also take decisions. Decision making is very crucial to all this. Decision making in a real world. What is all this? Again, the real world is not fixed, it's dynamic. In real time, things are changing. So what we have to do is, we have to take decisions in real time. It could be probabilistic reasoning, it could be fuzzy logic, it could be anything. So today we are seeing that everywhere we are trying to involve AI. AI, apart from these things, also does excellent pattern matching. And the area which emerged out of that is machine learning. So we have a lot of data today. All of us know that. I don't need to say, data is the new oil. So with large amounts of data, okay, it's now possible for us to find patterns in this data, do machine learning, and predict things. And that is the whole field of machine learning. Now, AI and machine learning, more or less, people are saying machine learning is AI at times. Machine learning has really blown out of proportions. So now today, AI, machine learning, both merge together, and probably a larger chunk goes to machine learning in AI. AI takes decisions. AI does pattern matching. It can do face recognition. It can do drug discovery. It can do transportation. It can do so many things. Now, what is pattern matching? Pattern matching is trying to find out some kind of a regularity. So supposing you want to find out fraudsters, fraud detection, or you want to find out face recognition, somebody's face, to find a pattern in the face, you have to find a pattern of fraudsters. So all this was being possible. We are trying to do that. And you know that there's so many applications that we are having where we do face recognition or speech recognition or whatever, drug detection and so on and so forth. So in health sciences or in transportation, be it medicine, be it healthcare, everywhere AI is becoming pervasive. Now, AI is doing pattern matching. The next thing that AI wants to do is generative AI. So what we did predictions, we did machine learning, but now we're talking about things like generative AI. What is this thing called generative AI? Generative AI, let me give you a small example. Supposing you're working with a spreadsheet. All of you work with spreadsheets, right? So spreadsheets, you have some data, you have rows of data, you know, tables. Now what you're given here are the rows of data. Okay. And from the rows of data, you have to infer what are the columns. That means you have to establish a relationship between the columns. You have to find a pattern that correlates these columns. So what have you been given? The rows of data. From the rows of data, you're trying to find out what is the pattern. In a sense, you're trying to find out what are the columns. What do these things represent? And once you're able to represent that, supposing, for example, I'm trying to have a list of cities and their population. So you have cities and population, okay? But I'm not told that this is city and population. It could be something else too. It could be GDP, it could be anything. But what you do is you give this data to the machine learning algorithm. It now finds out, okay, what is the relationship between these two columns. And then it says, hey, if I give a city like Warangal, okay, then it'll say the population of Warangal. So we never told it to fill up the column there. It is generating the data. So what it did is it took the existing data, found out the relationship, and then started generating new data. Warangal so much, some entries which were not there, we started generating that data. So that's so beautiful, okay? So today you must be hearing about ChatGPT, ChatGPT 3, right? So that is generative pre-trained transformers, okay? Generative, this is what we are doing. We are generating data now. So you can generate stories, you can generate content, you can generate letters, you can generate a speech, you can do almost anything. Okay, all of you now have heard about ChatGPT 3. I think all of you are aware of that. Okay, what are the possibilities of ChatGPT 3? It can even generate code. We programmers are out of jobs. Okay, so then what do we do? Where do we head? What's happening? Okay, so we have to be very, very watchful how the field is moving, where we need to put our energies, what is already done, are we required for that or something else? Each day we have to prepare, like 21 is now past. 21 is now past. Okay, 22 soon will become past. We are in the 23 now. It's not like past means a decade ago or something. Okay, a year back is past for us today. So the way things are advancing, it's really amazing. Now, why did AI take so many years to grow? I said in 50, we had this imitation game. We had all these ideas of game playing, theorem proving, search, and so on and so forth. We already cracked also, we did theorem proving then, and game playing also, you know, the Deep Blue beat the chess champion, Gary Kasparov, okay? And then Go game also was cracked. So all these things are happening, okay? Now, all this is possible, and it took such a long time because the computer architectures were not rich enough at that point in time. But today you have the cloud. You have high-speed computing power. You have elastic memory. You ask for anything, it's there on the cloud. You can have large data sets that you can store on the data. You don't have to have a computer at your desk to do all of that. The cloud is coming to our rescue. So there are so many things that are possible today because there have been architectural advances, advances in networking, and we have the beautiful web to support it all. So I think with all these technologies becoming ripe, AI has become firmer in its ground, and now it cannot be shaken. So I think this is the right time for us to research this field and to find out new avenues. And before we go out of job, find something which really absorbs us and we start growing, and each day we adapt to the change that is happening in this industry. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
A good teacher always focuses on taking us from darkness to light. Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm honored to call upon our very respected Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor S. Ramchandram, sir, to kindle our minds with his versatile experience in the field of engineering and education. Welcome, sir.
Today's chief guest, Dr. P. Kiran Kumar, IIM Sarmore, Professor Samin Fatima, Registrar, Professor Vijay Kumar, Dean, School of Engineering, Professor Satish Kumaran, Dean R&D, Professor Mallikarjun Reddy, Head Department of AI, Dr. Krishna Anand, Professor of AI, and other faculty members here, students also. Good morning to all of you. First of all, I'm very happy that this FDP on AI and ML is being organized by Department of AI only. Why? Because earlier it was being done by Computer Science Department, to which I belong actually. Yeah, no, I still belong to Computer Science only. Yeah. You know, when we graduated in 1985, we had very few things to learn. Not so many things actually in computer science. But since then, you know, it has grown like anything, right? So many things happened. You know, of course, we were also knowing about AI at that point of time, but you know, now it has grown so much that we had to start. Of course, we offered AI course that time. Actually. Now there is AI department actually, and not only AI department. I tell you, now we have data science department. Right, we recently started Department of Data Science also. And there is a BTech program in data science, BTech program in AI, BTech program AIML, BTech program in cybersecurity. And soon, of course, we'll be starting another department called cybersecurity also. Yeah, just imagine the way it has expanded actually. And also, as he said, actually, it has touched, you know, every walk of our life. So it is also taking different forms, right? And so there is a need for different departments, different economic programs. The wonderful journey, I tell you, actually. So much of change I have seen, right? But the challenge I find is, of course, the faculty members
Yeah, so we are not able to get faculty members. Many actually are transformed from computer science to AI, right? All these people are basically graduated in computer science, but then of course now they have become AI experts actually. So challenge is actually having the faculty members. Where do we get these faculty members? In fact, we are struggling to find the faculty members in these areas. Yeah, this is where actually FDPs must help. Okay, faculty development programs. Yeah, so little bit of orientation to the computer science people definitely is going to help, right? And so that they will be able to teach the students. I'm very happy that it's this FDP is being done, and also I'm very happy to see that the list of resource persons you have drawn. Yeah, most of them I find them they're very young, right? So assistant professors level, yeah, they are the people actually we are entering into these areas. It's very apt that you people have brought them on board to take these sessions. Yeah, it'll help. It should help actually the faculty members to learn these AI techniques or ML techniques, right? It not only helps our students, it also helps them doing their research as well. Okay, it's also I urge that you people not only just learn these techniques, also you practice them, right? It's very, very important that these faculty members are given hands-on sessions, right? So that they get, clarity over the subject, and then they'll be able to in a position to teach the students. Okay. I don't know whether there's some hands-on sessions as well. Yeah, it's very important that also I urge the faculty members who are attending these sessions, they should practice. That's very, very important, right? In fact, earlier, our registrar madam actually, she tried it. So teaching the subject and then, changing a little bit the way we teach, right? And making the students practice, do that. So we are calling with various names like experiential learning or project-based learning, right? It helps them actually. So these are the new paradigms of teaching actually, which help these students because it will be very, very effective, right? Yeah, it's still a long way to go. Yeah, in fact, if you see the way these AI ML techniques finding their applications in various aspects for lives, it's very, very helpful to the mankind. And of course, sometimes it's scary also. Don't worry about that, right? Maybe they are scary because we didn't understand them very well. But otherwise, I'm sure they're not going to take over the humankind actually. So nothing to worry about that. Well, the thing is, you have to find get more and more clarity on that actually, right? So that we can use for our own benefit. Okay, so it's necessary that that we have clarity on that, and of course, once you have the clarity, you can teach your students, and you can also help expanding this AI ML domain, right? By contributing, by doing research, and so on. So in fact, it is being organized as in hybrid mode. I suppose it is both online as well as offline. Yeah, I can see so many seats are vacant because they are virtually occupied, I would say actually, right? So yeah, I'm once again happy that you people are conducting online because it's not possible for everybody to travel and then attend these sessions. Yeah, if you give me a link, I will also attend these classes actually, right? So I can be in my room and then attend classes, right? So yeah, with these few words, I should congratulate the Department of AI for doing this. I hope that you will be doing many such programs, which is need of the hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As you said, the hands-on sessions are definitely going to help us all. And you already know that as a teacher, we are always good learners so that we can teach better. With your blessings, we would definitely learn better, sir. Thank you. I now call upon Dr. Manoranjan, sir, Assistant Professor in the Department AI, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning to all. It's my pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks for the event. This event is headed at the FDP on AI/ML. Now, nicely pointed out by our registrar, ma'am. To decide the topic, it took a few months actually. And if you see, and Vice Chancellor has told that AI department conducting AI/ML. But the domain which is AI/ML, but what are the things we are going to deliver in all the 5 sections? Definitely our students our participants going to benefit from that. And why we decided this topic is, if you'll see 1950, as Madam well pointed out, that AI has been started. But 1985 also it was in there, CSC and everywhere it is there. But what happened regionally last 3 to 4 years, if you'll see, it has been broadly divided into all the disciplines, so it become multidisciplinary. Even if you find a pharmaceutical person now thinking of implementing AI, a civil students also thinking of implementing AI. That means irrespective of all the branches, all the domain, they are moving towards this AI and AML. So our idea here is to how those people having background of other departments, not from CSC background, they also can understand this AI and ML techniques and they can implement it for their work. Because everybody is now moving towards this direction. So our idea was that in AI and ML, what are the developments taking place? Because now alternative databases, innovations are taking place. If you see today what we're discussing, tomorrow maybe something else will take place. So this FDP is not new to all, but what is new is that the techniques what we included, the content what is going to deliver, it becomes multidisciplinary. So that was the idea. On that note, we started this FDP. So I would like such events, such these FDPs are actually intended for the participants, as I highlighted, for multidisciplinary. But this time we are able to reach to not only to the national, we make it international, because 2 of our participants are from outside. I'll make a note of it. One is from Ethiopia and one from Saudi Arabia. They also registered for this. So as a whole, we received 130 participants. So from bottom of my heart, I would like to thank all the 130 participants who have shown their interest for this FDP. Further, I would like to thank all the resource persons, the 9 resource persons for this FDP. And we have chosen all these resource persons from backgrounds like industry, from well-academic background, and from their having real practical exposures in this area. That is the way we decided all these 9 resource persons. And to choose those resource persons, we have taken the help of also another agency team that is called Solid. So this has been in association with Solid. So I would like to thank the 9 resource persons along with the Solid team. Further, I would like to thank our Chancellor, sir, who has given all the motivations to conduct such events in the campus. I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, for being instrumental to conduct such events, not only to conduct the events, how to plan the events, what topic we should include, who should speak past, all those directions to get from him. So I'll thank you, sir. And the planning and initiative of this program, as I told you, 2 months back only we started. And it has been started from our Honorable Registrar, ma'am. She is the only one who has taken the initiative. And from that point only, we started planning, and now we are executing. So I would like to thank our Honorable Registrar, ma'am, for doing all, for starting the initiation to conduct this FDP on AI and AML. Further, I would like to thank Dean School of Engineering for providing us the necessary approvals and necessary documentations to complete the necessary approvals to conduct this event. I would like to thank our management, particularly our chairman, sir, our CEO, madam, and other management team who have provided also all the approvals, all the helping us to design the things and to reshape the FDP to conduct in a proper way. Further, I would like to thank other deans of the Anurag University particularly Dean R&D sir, Satish Kumaran sir. And I would like to thank our HOD, Department of AI, who was the backbone of this event. He has been so instrumental for the last 15 to 20 days so that we could be able to perform in a better way, planned and organized better way. I would also like to thank all other department HODs. Even though I went to all the HODs, they also given some input. You do like this, like that. So that much interest they're showing to for this FDP. At last, I would like to thank the convener of the today's program, Dr. Kisanan sir, co-convener, and of these events are not possible without the help of organizing committee and all the faculty members. So from my bottom of my heart, I would like to thank all my faculty members, colleagues, and students coordinators to make this event successful. Thank you all. Definitely, all of you going to get a lot of things from this FDP, and definitely all the 130 participants who have participated for this event. Definitely, I can assure them that definitely they'll get some knowledge from this, and they can implement that for their future use. Thank you all.
Your Excellency, Vice Chairman sir, and all the dignitaries are requested to have a photograph session. I request all the participants through online to switch on their videos so that we could see you. We'll go for a video session. Please, for one photograph, we request you all to come on live. All the participants are requested to switch on their cameras, please. A sincere request. A sincere request. All the participants. All the participants. Thank you so much, participants online. Participants, it's a short break. Please excuse us. We'll join you after 15 minutes. It's going to be a tea break.
So the next session will start at 11:20, and all the offline participants, they can move into 104 E block, and online participants, they can join to the same Zoom link. So Zoom link is same for all the 5 days. So the request you can think, so you can join through that link at 11:20. Thank you.
Yes, hello. Camera. Yes, check. Yes.
Kiran sir, Dr. Kiran Kumar sir, speaker of the day. Sir, could you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. We're testing. We'll start the session. Before that, we are taking your permission. Okay, sir. Thank you. Okay. Participants are requested to be ready. We are going to start the session. Dr. Kiran sir is also ready to start the session. Dr. Kiran Kumar sir, Paidipati, is presently working as an assistant professor in the area of decision sciences, Indian Institute of Management, Sirmore. Sir is working on a project with Indian Diabetes Management with Professor Christophe Siano, Department of Mathematics, LMNO, Campus 2, Université de Seine, Normandy, Science 3, France. We request Dr. Kiran Kumar sir to take over the session and start the program.
Good morning, Munandal.
Good morning, sir.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Before starting my presentation, I want to thank Honorable Vice Chancellor Ramachandran sir and Registrar Ma'am, Fatima Ma'am. Then it comes to the Mallikarjun Reddy sir and Krishna Anand sir from the IA departments. Okay, for giving me this opportunity to present a overview on the data science. Okay, in the business environment. Okay, thank you the participants who are registered. Okay, this is the learning process what we are actually doing here. Okay, to learn the AI in applications to the various fields. Okay, so today I'm going to concentrate on only the business areas. Okay, so I'll be touching you. Okay, where we are utilizing these AI and MI tools. Okay, in the business environment. Okay, so let me start my presentation. Okay, this will be completely why means I'm from the business school. Okay, I need to talk more about the applications of business environment. Okay, that's only we are going to do that. Okay, let me share my screen. Yes. Okay, is my screen visible to you? Anyone to respond? Like, is my screen is visible? So that I'll go forward. Good.
Sir, it's visible, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir, could you make it to full screen, sir? Okay. Okay, sir.
Now it's done, no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. 1 minute. Okay, so we all know about this data science. Okay, so the term, okay, we coined as, okay, so everywhere, whatever the maybe we have seen the registrar ma'am and the vice chancellor, they are speaking about much things about the initiation of AI to the latest developments of a chat GPT. Okay, so here we are going to touch, okay, the tools and techniques what actually we are going to do when you are going to handle the data science procedures. Okay, you see here the data science. Okay, the scientific things we are actually giving to the data. Okay, we are to make understand, okay, about the garbage what actually we are keeping. Okay, so we have so many things where we are getting the different type of formats of data. Okay, so we need to bring, okay, useful information to take the wise decisions of a decision maker. Okay, from the garbage what actually we have so far. So the researchers are those who are working on this field. They are going to identify, okay, the suitability of particular data, and they will do all the processing of data, and they will convert a particular data into a useful information there. Okay, so this will be very much useful for you in the wise decision making. Okay, when we talk about the managerial concept, okay, as a head of the institution or the head of the manager of any company, we always need a particular data or information to take the decisions, whether it is a whether it is a hard decision when you are taking for the development of a company, okay, you need to be very strong. Okay, strong evidence is required to take such decisions. Okay, data science provide that particular information to you. Okay, so here it completely involves all the techniques, okay, for identifying, collecting, exploring the data using sometimes we call this as a data visualization. The first and foremost thing when you talk about any information, any data, we need to look about the data visualized format, so that only you will understand data very clearly. Okay, so we know this and all the history of data science. Okay, I'm not actually going very like deep into the particular history of data science, but I only mention few of the researchers who worked on the data science. Okay, you see here the Tukey is a mathematician. Okay, he has actually given the article called The Future of Data Analysis. Okay, so there he mentioned the relevance of data science, okay, to the multidisciplinary fields. Okay, so there are the tools, maybe softwares also they have developed exclusively for handling this particular books. And you see the Jeff Wu, okay, he is actually working on the Georgia Tech University. Okay, he coined the term as term data science in 1997. Okay, there are other researchers also. Okay, so they are very pioneers from the beginning of 1950. Okay, they are starting with their journey. They are contributing more towards the development of artificial intelligence techniques. Okay, so they were adding value to the artificial intelligence area. Okay, so here why the need of data science? We need to know about the need of data science. Okay, so where we are using this. Okay, so now the present days, okay, we are using it everywhere. Okay, so when the usage of internet has been increased, so we are able to generate different type of data. So we are unable to process. Okay, even in India, we can hardly find, okay, data scientists. Okay, so maybe below less than thousand members. Okay, they are working on this data science. There is a need of focus on a particular human resources. Okay, to involve, okay, in the development of data science and artificial intelligence area. So to understand a particular things about the area of data science. Okay, so see why actually this is required. So we are actually day by day, maybe within a day, within month. Okay, we are getting the different mobile phones, smartphones. Okay, with the different variations in it. Okay, they were advancing each and every time. Okay, if the one model comes, okay, a month back, okay, other model they were making with a 3 to 4 months gap, they are coming to the markets. Okay, there are different other areas also where we are actually getting the data. Okay, usage of social media, computation. See, and here also, see, we are increasing our computational capabilities. Okay, we do not have the such infrastructure to deal with the particular data. Now we have much of the things to do and process all the information to convert it as a useful information. Okay, there are programming languages also. Okay, R, Python, there are Power BI. Okay, so there are actually the many languages. Okay, they were coming with a open sources to contribute you more things. If you take R programming, okay, the packages are very high in the R programming.
Okay, those actually working on statistical applications with a different domain knowledge. Okay, Python has a very good community. Okay, so where you can work, where you can get all the necessary support from the communities. Okay, so there are people who are working as a programmers. Okay, so across the world, they are contributing this particular open sources development community. Okay, so each and every thing. Okay, now it is actually we are going to access the data, and you know the size we are handling now, it is a bit different. Okay, so like in the inaugural session also, okay, like registrar ma'am mentioning about the cloud, we can take all the cloud information, means everything available on the cloud. So whatever the data, huge number of data you concentrate, okay, you are going to get the things. Okay, so for handling all the things, we required this particular term called data science. Okay, so I'll be moving towards maybe the storage also. Previously storage is were very costly. Okay, for anything. Okay, when you want to store the things, okay, store the data. Okay, it actually takes a lot of cost effectives. Now it is easier to save the data, so that whenever we want something to draw from that particular data, we are going to move on to the particular information, and we are getting the useful things from that. Okay, so we know that, okay, every minute what is happening in the internet. Okay, so data everywhere. Okay, so whatever the tools we are actually utilizing, okay, we are going to get this much information. Okay, so more data, we are able to collect huge number of volumes of information. Okay, so that's all, like what actually we need to do. Okay, so for everything we require some expertise to understand courses in the domain areas. Okay, so that there we concentrate more on how to handle this particular volumes of data. Okay, so we'll go to the next slide. There we are actually what we require for the data scientists or a data science AI experts. Okay, so here comes to the three major subjects. Okay, that actually backbone of data science. Okay, so there we apply all our subject experts with the domain knowledge. Okay, so even though we have the computer science, mathematics, statistics background, but we need to have domain knowledge where you are actually working. Because if you see, for suppose you are working with the business environment, okay, you need to have an idea about what business actually do, what operations can do. Okay, what HR, human resources, and operations. Okay, so there are multiple marketing areas also there. Okay, so how actually you will be having different knowledge. Okay, if the problem is here, those who are expertised with these three subjects, mathematics, statistics, and computer science, but they do not have a clear understanding about the domain they are working. So that's the problem. They are unable to make the decisions here. Okay, so those who have these three subjects knowledge, as well as the domain knowledge where we are working. Okay, if you take any healthcare also, okay, there are particular things we required. We need to understand this domain knowledge. Okay, so the main and foremost thing is to learn the domain. Will take the more time in understanding the domain areas. So even though many people where they are kind as a data scientist, they even don't know about how to handle a particular domain problems. Okay, so the need of data science is required. So where you are working with the people expertise in the domains. Okay, so this can be achieved by the collaboration. Okay, it is not very easy to collaborate, integrate, or to make it multidisciplinary. It is not very easy, but you need to go towards learning the things. We always have a fear in our minds that when we are going with the domain areas, we are unable to shine. Okay, so here we need to take care of our things. Okay, if you are expertise in one field, okay, you can give your best to the domain experts, so that they're able to bring new theories, okay, in the domain, so that it is very much useful for you in the future. Okay, so I am from the business side, so I'll teach you. I'll just give you the overview of where we are utilizing this particular data science. Okay, so you see here, this nowadays everything is becoming the dashboards. Okay, digital dashboards. When you just the manager or the chairman of a company, when you want to see anything as a summary, okay, he can look over to the digital dashboards, where he will get all the information. Okay, that actually the initial step what we are doing. Okay, in the where we are taking the data from any of the domain. Okay, so we are pre-processing and we are making very good visualization, so that it is understandable to a layman also. Okay, so here the technology what we are taking, we are mining the information to process the large volumes of data. Okay, so here my example goes with the business environment only. Okay, maybe sometimes I'll touch with the other example also. Okay, so identifying the trends in the stock prices, okay, stock markets. Okay, so you see here, when the COVID comes, we are unable to see that, okay, drastically our stock prices or stock markets are collapsed. Okay, the worldwide it has done. Okay, we need to see that. Okay, so where actually these particular trends of stock prices are there. Okay, recently also Adani, okay, has the shares are going down. Okay, he now become like he lost the top 10 billionaires in the world. Okay, so what is happening? How to understand that? Okay, you need to mine the information what actually happening in the present context. Okay, the categorization of customers. Okay, so if you are introducing any product, okay, in the markets, okay, so you need to check with the segmentation, means what segment you are actually targeting. Okay, the particular targeting customers, where they are actually making their products with the customer preferences. Okay, that we need to check. Okay, nowadays what actually comes in the market, okay, that's all completely based on the preferences of the customers. Okay, so the specifications what actually the customer expecting, okay, we are meeting the customers requirements. Okay, so the basic analysis, basic things we are actually doing. Okay, the segregating or categorizing the customers. Okay, so that you will have the market share of information. Okay, so purchasing patterns, and you see that the predicting student performance in an educational institution. Okay, lie detection. Okay, when you are working with the investigation departments. Okay, so you need the detection things. Okay, really it actually working good or not. Okay, it is not actually only restricted to the areas. Okay, there are some other fields, very good fields. Okay, there actually most of the mining concepts. Okay, they are contributing and in understanding the data. Okay, there are other departments or other fields. Okay, so the agriculture, education, industrial, engineering, marketing, healthcare. There are the other areas also. Okay, where actually we are contributing with the technological advancements with the with the data science approaches. Okay, so here you need to see that, okay, what actually from where it is coming. Okay, what actually we are doing here. Okay, so you know already about these things, artificial intelligence and the terms called machine learning and deep learning. Okay, you see here these and all. Okay, see mimicking the human behavior. Okay, so human intelligence. Okay, so here we are bringing the human intelligence, okay, artificial intelligence to the domains. Okay, so machine learning, we know that the some of the tools are there, the tools and techniques. Okay, so there we are learning. Okay, the machine learns on it, when learns, okay, by giving the features of the particular specifications. Okay, deep learning, the concept, okay, pattern recognition. Okay, so nowadays you can see the different healthcare applications and you know the fast tag also. Okay, fast tag, how they actually how they are working with the the different domains. Okay, so how the FASTag works. Okay, so in the toll plazas on the national highways. Okay, so that and all, they are bringing new things to the world. Okay, with the help of artificial intelligence techniques. Okay, so here you need to know, okay, what are the different components of analytics are there. Okay, so where actually we do it, where we start. Okay, the initial base where we are starting is descriptive analytics. Okay, so here what we are doing, we are explaining, we are exploring we are describing the phenomena. Okay, so the visualization part is comes under this particular descriptive analytics. Okay, so these are the water processing of any data. Okay, so you need to do this part. Okay, the base and the fundamental part, what actually we do. Okay, we start with the visualization. Okay, that is possible with the descriptive analytics. Okay, then we move to the predictive analytics. Okay, we are predicting the future events. Okay, so when you have an idea about the data, okay, by visualizing it, so then we are moving to the predictive analytics. Okay, there we are predicting the future events. Okay, we are predicting the future event. That means if the market share, maybe a market share of a company is now here, okay, how it will be in the next 10 years. Okay, suppose you take the agriculture production example. Okay, so we are always like annual reports we are generating, okay, for the agriculture crops in India. So what we are doing here, so we need to predict the future agriculture production in India. Okay, so we are using some tools and techniques here to predict the future event, so that we can add these predictions, okay, in the policies, okay, in the budget making, so that they can give you more allocations, more budget allocations to a particular field. So we are going to do that, this is the phase of the important phase. Why means with that in the descriptive analytics we are visualizing the things, and the predictive analytics we are predicting the future values. Okay, so that we are going to take the decision. Okay, now India is working on the 2047. That means like when India crosses 100 years of independence, what actually the aims of India. Okay, they set it now. They set the targets now to work on the development of a country. Okay, this and all. Okay, so the next 25 years, what actually we are going to do? How can we develop? How can we emerge as a developing country in these 25 years? Okay, so why means this is actually our average Indian population age is near to 30. Okay, so we have very good human resources and the young power to develop India as a developed nation. Okay, these 25 years are very crucial for Indian population. Okay, to work on different areas. Okay, so there we are actually working on the prediction purposes. Okay, so they then comes to the prescriptive analytics. So here we are working with the, so we actually we got the future events. Okay, what actually it is telling us. So we need to take by optimizing everything. By optimizing everything, we need to take the decision. Okay, so here it comes for the decision making. Okay, there will be so many objectives with us. Okay, so the limited constraints also there. Okay, so how actually we need to make the decision here with the it can be possible with the prescriptive analytics. Okay, so keep remember, this is the thing what actually we are doing in any of AI, where we start with the initial things. Okay, so these analytics will be very much helpful for you. Okay, in dealing with all the situations. Okay, so you need to be expertise from one field to other field. Means you choose the domain areas now. So you start working on that. Okay, so that you will be at least expertise. Okay, 1 for 2 to 3 years you will understand the domains, then you go for applying these things. So here these are the different components. You keep remember this one. Okay, so here this only like whatever I told you. Okay, that's only the elaborated way, more elaborated way. Descriptive analytics, what has happened. That means we have the fast data. Okay, what happened so far. Okay, so that only we can go for looking by visualizing it. Diagnostic analytics also there. Okay, so why did it happen? What are the reason behind okay this particular thing happened here? Okay, so why did it happen? Okay, that's also there. Okay, predicting means what will happen in the future. Okay, that's only we actually do that. Okay, prescriptive analysis means what should we do. Okay, we need to take the decision here in the prescriptive analytics. Okay, so this is the flow what actually we used to see that. Okay, so in the diagnostic thing, okay, by visualizing it itself, okay, so it comes under the descriptive analytics. There we are diagnosing why it happens, so that we are going with the prediction of a particular data. Okay, so this only how to extract the value from the data. Okay, so I initially I told you. Okay, so when you are getting huge number of information, volumes of data, that is becoming garbage. Okay, so you need to extract the value. okay, from the data. Okay, so you need to understand, okay, how actually it required. Okay, so you see that the cycle, what actually it is there. Okay, you see that the data science is a mix of statistical and machine learning algorithms. Okay, so when it comes for the context. Okay, so when the technology, use of technology, what we are doing, we are collecting the data, storing the data, retrieval software tools. Okay, that and all we are doing with the technology. So business context. Okay, see here, I'm talking about only business. We can take any research problem, any problem. Okay, either it is a national importance or global importance. Okay, you need to see that the problem must be with the organization specific also sometimes. Okay, well, those who are working as a good managers in the business organizations. Okay, they need to see that the context, okay, where they are applying these data science tools with the use of technology. Okay, so the problems, okay, problems. So we need to see that problems to convert that problems as a opportunities. Okay, you see that the when corona comes to the India, okay, so we are actually not that much that much importance giving to the pharmaceutical companies. Okay, so they have involved when the to generate the to develop the drug developments. Okay, to develop the vaccines. Okay, they have taken the opportunities. Okay, now we are actually sending our vaccines to the world. Okay, that's only where we can utilize the best opportunities. These are the very tough times, okay, where we are unable to do anything. Okay, really our pharmaceutical industries come forward, okay, to take the opportunities. Okay, so with the help of all the tools, okay, so the context what actually we are taking, the context is very much important. Whether it is actually giving the problem specific to a organization, to a nation, to the global. Okay, so you need to fix your problems so that you can understand a particular problem, then you go for applying these data science tools. Okay, so here why analytics is required. Okay, so the competitive strategies, you know, when the technological advancements are improving, so we have much competition in the market. Okay, so what actually speaks? Data speaks everything. Okay, so how much a product occupied the market share. Okay, that and all are required. Okay, and when you are taking any decision making policies, okay, so what promotion strategies? Okay, see nowadays like e-commerce websites, Flipkart and Amazon, they are actually coming with the big billion days. Okay, so there are other things. These are the promotional strategies. Okay, where you can attract the customers to buy any product. Okay, in the e-commerce websites. Okay, so problem solver. Okay, so it would be the problem solver. Okay, so optimal product mix. Okay, so how you can do this? Okay, so that one, maybe when you are working with any operations or the marketing areas. Okay, what product mix is very much useful for your particular problem. Okay, that you need to be solved by the analytics and the process improvements. Okay, reduce the procurement cycle time. Okay, these are the different environments where actually these are completely the business environment where what I am talking with. Okay, so we need to keep these particular the business strategies to make the better understanding about why analytics required for the every stage of life. Okay, so this one, okay, the analytics for process improvement, how to improve the process. Okay, Sarah, there are different areas what actually we are working with. Okay, so banking areas. Previously, we are using, now also the checks are there in a different levels. Okay, so how we are clearing the checks? Okay, the time we are taking for getting the service. Previously, we are going for bank for getting all the services. Okay, now it is available on our phone. Okay, one phone app is enough for getting all the services now. Okay, healthcare also. Okay, patient discharge time. Okay, so this and all, how to improve the how to improve the process in different domains. Okay, manufacturing. Okay, they are called the waste minimization. Okay, the term lean is lean management, or we can call it as a waste management. There are different types of minimizing these leans. Okay, there are procedures. Okay, Six Sigma quality control means Six Sigma quality control procedures are there. Okay, there are things what actually where we can improve the systems. Okay, so in when you are talking about retail also, waiting time at checkout counters. Okay, so if you see the metropolitan cities, you can experience this particular waiting time in the weekend time, or the evening times are more when compared to the daytimes. How to handle this particular waiting times? When you talk about e-commerce, okay, time to deliver the customer order. Okay, previously, okay, they were taking so much of time. Okay, now within 25 express deliveries are there. Okay, they will be giving you the product, okay, within 24 hours of the order. Okay, that's only the improvements what actually doing with the analytics. Okay, so here also the particular image, you can see that there were segregation of different items. Okay, in the big box you see that the vegetables, okay, it all comes under the segmentation of vegetables only. Okay, there are other things. Okay, groceries. Okay, there are many things what actually we are doing. We are segregating the things, okay, to make it available for all the thing. Means we are keeping the things at a one place, so that the customers, they choose with their preferences. Okay, this and all, when the time goes, we are improving everything to make available for the customers. Okay, so this one, you see that problem solving. Okay, so what we are doing? Okay, so reducing the banks also always doing about this particular non-performing assets. Okay, sometimes they are giving the loans. Okay, so and the people they were taking money from banks, and they're unable to pay the money back. They are utilizing some other purposes. Okay, predict the fraud. Okay, here we used to do the fraud prediction. Okay, so and also now the credit card system comes. Okay, so whether a particular person is eligible for giving the credit card, or maybe you can see that those who require different type of loans, home loan, personal loans. Okay, there are mortgage and different loans. Okay, you need to see that whether a particular person and the repayment capability of a customer. Okay, so that they can decide on their own. Okay, in healthcare, improve the net promoter scores and reduce the manufacturing inventory management cost. Okay, so that when you reduce this inventory management cost, okay, so that you can get the main where the profits. Okay, retail. Okay, there are see that the predicting the customer cancellations and frauds. Okay, there are the initial days are nowadays. Okay, there are more frauds in the e-commerce. Okay, we are ordering something, but they're delivering different items. Okay, which we did, which never we expected that. So we need to predict each and everything. Means sometimes the the partner of a particular e-commerce website, okay, they will do the mistake, or maybe in between some agencies will be there, they will come up with these particular frauds. So you need to identify, okay, where the problem is coming. Okay, so you need to have the problem solving techniques. Okay, their analytics is very much useful for you. Okay, so we are coming with the processing of, means process improvement, problem solving, and decision making. Okay, process improvement is the first stage. Okay, what we are improving. Okay, problem solving. Okay, so in the problem solving case, we are actually predicting all the things what actually we talked about. In the process improvement, we are taking with the help of descriptive analytics. Okay, in the problem solving, we are talking about the predictive analytics. When decision making, we are going with the prescriptive analytics. Okay, so the three things what actually where we are using that we must know about. I specified here only few areas. Okay, you can go through the different areas where actually the analytics, okay, which are very much helpful. Okay, whatever we talk, okay, that comes under this particular three analytics only, either prescriptive or predictive, or this descriptive, predictive, and prescriptive analytics. Okay, so you need to take these type of analytics, okay, which contains different number of tools, okay, to deal with the different situations. Okay, process improvement, problem solving, and the decision making. Okay, so that you see that loan approval and the interest rate, introducing new specialties in healthcare. We are now the improving ourselves in India. Okay, so we are bringing multi-speciality hospitals. Previously, it is not there. We are going with only the limited infrastructure, the medical field. Okay, now we are introducing our capacities were increased. So we are becoming experts in the different fields. So that we are bringing with the multi-speciality hospitals. Okay, manufacturing things. Okay, whether new product is actually to introduce it. Okay, markdown pricing in the retail also. Markdown pricing means if you are bringing any new product. Okay, so how to tackle? Okay, there are other old very good products which are in the market. Okay, they are occupying highest market share. Okay, how to accustom to our particular product. Okay, so that's only you need to take back. Okay, so when Geo comes, previously we are unable to use the internet. Okay, before Geo comes. Okay, there are it is a handling the or acquiring the data. Okay, it is not very easier. Okay, it's the cost effective things before Geo introduced it here. Okay, after introduction of Geo, okay, data becomes very easy. So we are now the customers are aware, or the population is aware about all the things, and in the same way the frauds are increasing. Okay, due to this particular development of internet. Okay, so we need to handle these frauds, okay, through the data science techniques. Okay, so there are game changers. I need to discuss few things. Okay, so where actually we are utilizing this one. Okay, Google. Okay, so we are, when you type something, okay, data science at least. Okay, so this particular Google will use the Markov chains. Okay, it is a part of reinforcement learning. Okay, reinforcement learning so to rank the pages which has actually have more importance, means who actually given the priorities, okay, preferences to a particular content. Okay, it will come in the first page. Okay, so it has utilized this reinforcement learning techniques, okay, through the Markov chains to rank the pages, so that only when you type, okay, these many results will come into the within the seconds. So how you are actually looking at this Google, okay, that's only based on the reinforcement learning. Okay, Procter and Gamble, P&G. Okay, so they actually taken analytics. Okay, they have very good products. Okay, very good products. Okay, so they're using this analytics as a competitive strategies. Okay, so here there are different tools are there. Okay, they were identifying. Okay, they are identifying different number of things. You see that capital one is most profitable customer. So we need to, when you are someone is interested, okay, they expect profits. Okay, so we need to have the information on this particular, they are doing the things. Okay, the predicting the stock markets and giving, there are the financial organizations, they are predicting the stock markets and giving the valuable information to the investors where to invest. Okay, there are things are there. Okay, highlight HP. Okay, flight risk score. Okay, so there were different fields. Okay, where actually the data science come into the picture. And the Obama election also. This is, I am telling you, one of the game changers in the data science field. Okay, you see that there are other things also coming to the picture. They're innovating the things. Okay, see, we know nobody like knows this Netflix previously. Okay, when you are accustomed to the when Corona comes, COVID-19 comes only, the usage of all the OTT platforms are increased. Okay, you see that the Netflix predicts movie ratings by customers. Okay, they were giving you this actually RMSE calls root mean squared error is 1%. That means they are actually the reviews, the ratings they are giving to the movies. Okay, that is 99% accurate. Okay, they are predicting the information and they want to purchase some movies directly to the online. They were going to that decision. Okay, by prediction. Okay, Amazon, you see that 35% of sales come out of product recommendation. Okay, when you are searching for an item, okay, so it will come in the last page, last line, that the customers, okay, previously viewed these type of items. Okay, they were recommending us to promote the buying, means to promote the sales. That means when you see that, when you are one product, okay, they were looking, they were showing you the different recommendation. Okay, that is also taken by the customers only, so that we are moving forward to check that particular feedback of a product, and we are going with the purchase of a product. So they are increasing their sales by showing that product recommendations. Okay, it is not easier. Okay, so by means this now become very good e-commerce one. Okay, they were actually occupying the market share, okay, in around the world. So they were predicting, and then they're showing the product recommendation to your customers. Okay, so here we are coming with Ditandal applications, what actually I have spoke to you. Okay, this I'll just touch with you the machine learning algorithms. Okay, so how much these are useful to you. Okay, so I'm touching only the machine learning part in this session. Okay, it is not easier to cover all the artificial intelligence techniques, okay, within a stipulated time. Okay, so I'm just touching, okay, how these tools are very much useful to you, so that you just start with the initial. This is the start of FDP presentation on this one. Okay, so that maybe the next resource persons, okay, will be giving you more detailed hands-on experience. Okay, this are just highlighting you, okay, the importance of data science or importance of AI in the different domains. Okay, so that you see that the machine learning algorithms, okay, when it comes to that, okay, so we have divided these algorithms into two types. Okay, one is the supervised and unsupervised algorithms. Okay, so there comes the part of regression. That means there should be a set of independent variables, okay, which actually influence the dependent variable. Okay, classification, okay, which comes under the supervised learning algorithms. Okay, unsupervised means we are not actually in processed. Okay, this is when we do not have much idea about the unsupervised data. So there we are utilizing this clustering and association rule mining. Okay, so can you know how much time I have? Like I'll finish it up this one. Anyone?
Sir, you can take another 15 minutes and you can wind off.
Okay. Why means no, we have started late. That's why like.
Late, that's why I just.
That's why I say why means.
Finish it up and then we will go. No hurry, sir.
Okay. Oh, so far, are you able to get anything that maybe the participants will be going through all the things? Okay, so no issue. Like I'll cover it up. Okay, within the 15-minute duration. Okay, you see now here. Okay, the machine learning part. Okay, when it comes to the classification and regression, you see that. Okay, when you see the classification algorithm, what actually it do? Okay, so it separates. Okay, it separates two groups. Okay, which separates two groups. Okay, so that maximum people can be divided into different groups. Okay, so the similar groups, what actually do is in the classification means the line which separates the groups. Okay, we are calling it as classifying. We are maybe we can say that the in the disease progression also we can see that. Okay, so number of diseased people and number of healthy people. Okay, when it comes for the customer identification of any product. Okay, so how they are the purchasing behavior of a customer. Okay, whether they are going with the low cost values, okay, and the quality products that will be giving you. Means we here the classification, we are dividing the groups, okay, as similar to a particular characteristics. Okay, so in classification it happens like that. In the regression, what we are doing, there will be a regression line. Okay, all these sample points. Okay, all the sample points, okay, are closer to a regression line. Okay, we can call this regression as a average relationship between dependent and set of independent variables. Okay, here we are looking at these line comes, or the line is telling you the average relationship between the variables. Okay, independent variable what we are actually considering. Okay, the sample points here, we check the sample point are very close to the line. Okay, in classification, what we are doing, we need to find the maximum distance between the two groups. But in the regression, what we are doing, we are making means all the sample observation is near to the regression line, so that we can minimize the error. Okay, we can minimize means all the tools what actually we are speaking here to minimize the errors. Okay, to minimize the errors means we have observed values. Okay, so we are getting through these models as expected values. We need to minimize the error between the observed and the expected or predicted values, so that you can claim that this particular model perform better than the other models. Okay, so here the clustering also, we do not have any idea about how many clusters we need to segregate. So when we use these unsupervised learning techniques, there it is going to give you the information about how many clusters we can form by using different techniques. There are techniques are there, hierarchical clustering and the k-means clustering. There are k-nearest neighborhood. There are different unsupervised techniques are there. Okay, so there we are actually going through the different tools and techniques. Okay, where we can use that association of chains. I'll tell you. Okay, when it comes to this and all, the segregation of all the items together. Okay, and the reinforcement learning, it comes to the Google also uses this technique only. Okay, for ranking their pages. There the Markov chains, okay, Markov models, okay, they are playing major role. That means what actually it gives you a Markov model. Okay, predicting the future value is dependent on only current value. Okay, it is not considering all your past values. Okay, predicting the future value is depending on only the current value. Okay, it is not considering the past values. Okay, so by that you can get, okay, how actually any product works. Okay, so this and all the different learning algorithms where we can use. I'll show you that how this actually useful to you. Okay, input data we have given here in the supervised learning algorithms, and these are all in a processed way. Okay, so that the result comes here only square and circle. Okay, when you are adding new data, okay, we are going through this model. Okay, different algorithms what we are making. Okay, so the new data when you are entering, okay, it will predict. Okay, so we have added here some data, okay, that needs to be predicted by your model accurately. Okay, that's only we need to check whether your model is performing well or not. Okay, regression also, you see that there are number of items we can say that. Okay, so the agriculture production. Okay, here I have taken, okay, how this model works. Okay, how this model works. There are different parameters of rainfall. Okay, when you want to when you have any clear idea about the rainfall, okay, there are different parameters that influence to get the rainfall. Okay, humidity, temperature, pressure. Okay, so this and all the variables. Okay, so what actually the parameters which influence the rainfall data. We are developing any model with the help of the fast information, observed information, so that when you add new data into your model, it needs to be predicted. Okay, it needs to be predicted. Okay, this and all the machine learning algorithms which will be coming in the phase of predictive analytics. Okay, so where we are utilizing this particular different type of prediction methods. Okay, this I just shown. Okay, how these methods is useful. This and all the summary or glance presentation. Okay, see the methods, how we can utilize that. Okay, I'm not going very deep into the mathematical formulation of any tool or the application part of any tool. Okay, see there are things, there are so many websites in the internet available. Okay, so you can understand. Okay, when you know the beginning, okay, then you can practice on your own, so that you will be always acquainted with the knowledge of how to utilize these particular products. Okay, classification. Here also we have set up parameters: cholesterol, blood pressure. Means we are actually talking about the heart attacks. Okay, how actually these are very much useful. That means how to measure one patient, okay, whether he's going to suffer with the heart attack or not. Okay, so we are collecting the parameters: cholesterol level, blood pressure, lifestyle factors, health conditions. Okay, so the frequency of heart attack. Okay, so that we are collected all the information. We are training these particular parameters through a model. Okay, there are different models in the classification models. There are linear discriminant analysis. Okay, there are the other models you can also utilize. There are the tools of artificial neural networks. Okay, in the classification also. Okay, clustering algorithm also you can use. Okay, for getting the things in classification. We are taking all the parameters. We are modeling with the training data. Okay, you need to tell when you add some information or new information, whether a patient going to suffer with a heart attack or he is not going to suffer with the heart attack. Okay, so that this the final stage only, whether they're going to get heart attack or they are not suffering from the heart attack. That's only our final predictions. Okay, these and all nobody bothers. Okay, see the background things, what actually happening, nobody know also. Okay, they required as a when you are working as a data scientist, okay, they will be giving you the parameters. Okay, you are going to model. Okay, at the final stage, from the data scientist, they expect the decision. Okay, by utilizing all the parameters, what actually you are going to do that. Okay, so you need to tell the information, okay, which you observe from the model. Okay, that's only your step as a data scientist or any artificial AI scientist. Okay, the thing is you need to stop here, so that the domain experts, they will be adding or refining your things, okay, results, so that you can add the information. Okay, when you add more and more information, you get the better accuracy. Okay, when you do not have a clear understanding about domain, when you are applying these models nowadays very easy, but when you don't have any experience on the domain, then the completely it will turn as a bad experiences. Okay, in healthcare, we cannot tolerate that particular bad decision taken by a AI specialist or artificial intelligence researcher. Okay, theoretical computer scientist, or you can say data scientist. They will not tolerate even a single mistake can be happen. Okay, otherwise we experience the huge damage of humankind. Okay, so it is very difficult to understand the domain first. Okay, so when you have an idea about the domain, then you can apply these particular tools, and you can refine your tools every time. That's only happening now. Okay, the advancement of ChatGPT also. Okay, so unsupervised learning, and you don't know, like these are different items, okay, you need to, your model identify the patterns. That's all like our FASTag works in the toll gates of national highways. Okay, they were coming with the identification. Okay, what type of vehicle you have. So accordingly, they will cut the tolls. Okay, this and all the cameras they are fixing in the toll plazas, the national highways. Okay, the algorithm. Okay, the algorithm which runs through to identify a vehicle. Okay, this and all deep learning techniques where actually you can identify the things. Okay, clustering also, when you have anything, means the shopper information, who are spending more money, okay, in purchasing the things. Okay, we have input data, we are modeling that. Okay, you are able to find the segment of customers where actually they are. Okay, there must be heavy shoppers, there must be frequent shoppers, light shoppers, that you need to segregate, okay, by utilizing these clustering techniques. Okay, so this in the association role mining. Okay, so we are making a order. Okay, so that we are collecting all the input data and we are processing that data into a different fields. Okay, so you can see that the items we are classifying here, segmenting here. Okay, for better understanding of okay, how actually you can segregate the things. Okay, vegetables, fruits, okay, dairy products. Okay, that and all we are actually keeping here. Okay, apples, oranges, milk, butter. You see the 5 eggs, bread, butter, jam, milk. Okay, so the preferences of any customer. Okay, then if they are searching for bread, they definitely require butter, jam, milk, eggs. So this and all the type of segmentation what actually we are doing here. Okay, so in association role mining, we are making these particular things based on the customer choices. Okay, customer recommendations. Okay, so what they will check here. Okay, so in everywhere, okay, how actually their behavior is changing, so that the retail shops or e-commerce websites, they are providing all the details. Okay, so in order to get the acquaintance of a different items like these. Okay, so there are the applications also there. Okay, in the analytics in healthcare. Okay, analytics in healthcare, there were the data which we are actually getting, medical records. Okay, so we are now digitalizing all the medical records so that the treatment, the giving treatment will become easier. Okay, lab results. Okay, nowadays, previously we need to make more time in getting the lab results. Okay, so now within a couple of minutes, you are getting your results to your mobile phones. Okay, that's the advancement what actually will happen. Okay, MRI reports, doctor prescriptions. Okay, so this and all the records what actually the vaccination also. Okay, India is becoming huge country. Okay, where we completed 200 crore doses of vaccination in the different phases. Okay, there are other things, wearable electronic devices. We have now digital watches. Okay, so that it can identify your the healthiness of heart, or you can say that the different sleeping patterns of uh, of the of the patients, or maybe you can say the population. Okay, so medical device with sensors, we are keeping that. Healthcare app, there are many things came into the applications. Okay, they are very much useful for us. Okay, how many footsteps I need to walk every day. Okay, that's and all the apps are giving. Okay, you need not like on the particular app. Okay, when you just install that app, it will automatically count. Today you have walked around 5,000 feet. Okay, that's and all. Now the advancements with the help of analytics here. Okay, integration of this data, hospital patient management. Okay, now telemedicine also one of the thing, okay, which develop, okay, by using the analytics. Okay, patient management. Okay, so this and all very much useful for you, so to the remote locations. Okay, today also in the news, okay, in the Kashmir, one actually they went for any like picnic type. Okay, they were actually one pregnant lady delivered in the high hills of Kashmir. Okay, there they don't have anything. Okay, just with by calling the WhatsApp video. Okay, WhatsApp video with the doctors, they were able to teach them, okay, how to do the delivery process. Okay, this and all we are going and we are reaching to the remote places, okay, to give the more acquaintance, more knowledge, more awareness, okay, in the field of healthcare. There are agriculture also there. Okay, so there will be the different applications, what actually we are doing, smart agriculture. Okay, so sensors, now we are going with the satellites. Okay, so geo remote sensing, drones, IoT, analytics everywhere. Okay, we are utilizing these analytics. Okay, so prediction of weather, rainfall patterns. Okay, this and all the climatic conditions. Okay, whether this particular crop will be suitable for the environment. Okay, this and all different things where actually we work in this particular field. Okay, business analytics, there are different fields. Okay, human resources, marketing, finance, okay, operations. Okay, there are different tools where we are applying these tools. Okay, these are the research problems. Okay, we are keep on improving, refining our things. Okay, in sports. Okay, now everywhere, okay, this analytics takes place. Who is the consistent player? Who is the best batsman? Who is the best bowler? Okay, that and all in cricket we are able to find out. Okay, see the team formation. Okay, every time they select the team for a particular World Cup match. Okay, so how they are forming. Okay, how they are actually getting this information and all. Whether a candidate will fit for the playing that game, he is actually in the form or not. Okay, that and all they were going with the different steps. Okay, they are utilizing these analytics. Okay, so I have shown you here industry-wide applications. Okay, so what the problems are coming. Okay, what are the data sources where you can get the information about the data sources, from where you can get the data, from which type of data you want to require is to solve the particular analytical problems. Okay, so this will be there in retail. Okay, so what actually we are doing, what needs to be collected. Okay, if you see that healthcare, clinical care, hospitality related, okay, all patient care related data you required, hospitality related data is required, patient feedback data required. Okay, so you need to improve these problems. Okay, in the analytical phase. Okay, there this I have given to you. Okay, different items. Okay, so where you are able to get these problems. Okay, what the data sources you require for getting handled by these research problems. Okay, this framework for any data scientist. Okay, I have given you the framework what actually we are doing. Okay, in the first phase we are going with the problem identification, then collecting the relevant data pre-processing. There, this and all the steps. Okay, problem identification. If you have domain knowledge, domain experts. Okay, so that you see that the domain knowledge is very important at this stage. Collection also. Here also you need to check the whether your data is having any relevance to proceed further. Okay, relevant data is required to collect the okay, to handle a particular specific problem. Okay, data is pre-processing that I've told you, descriptive analytics or data visualization. That's only we do in this pre-processing stage. Model building. Okay, we have shown you some of the models here. Okay, not all. Okay, so we are doing with the models. Okay, so which model performs better in the particular in solving a particular problem. Okay, communication and development. So when you are making anything, you need to communicate to the higher authorities. Okay, so to take the decision. Okay, so these things, okay, when the data scientist or artificial intelligence researcher is required to get acquainted, okay, to give the most useful information to the top management. Okay, so this and all the overview, okay, of all the models what we actually covered now. Okay, this is a glance presentation, I can say. Okay, so where I have given you all the information, okay, to start with the artificial intelligence. Okay, the base of this one, artificial intelligence, is starting from here only. Okay, you can get the knowledge with the other resource persons, and after completion of this FDP also, you don't stop. Okay, if you stop, then you stop here itself. Okay, by means you are unable to know anything when you are not practicing the things. Okay, so with these things, I'll stop my presentation here. Okay, I thank all the organizers, okay, to give me this opportunity to share my ideas, thoughts with you, okay, in a stipulated time. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you, Vananda.
Thank you so much, sir. The session is so valuable for us. We are grateful to you. You kept teaching as well. The thing here is we now request few participants, those are having some doubts around. So we have seen few chat questions. So if you could answer them, we're grateful to you.
Okay. Yeah, one
Participants
question
can
only.
raise the hands. If you have any queries, we'll unmute you.
Yeah, stock prices. Someone asked me identifying trends of stock prices.
Yes, sir.
So you see here, when you want to see any of the data, means if you want to invest in the stocks, okay, you need to find out where actually the importance of stocks are coming to you. So the prices what actually we have now, the past also, whether your stocks are giving you the betterments. Okay, that means anyway at the last time what we require profit making only. So whether you are going to yield profit or you are going to experience the losses. Okay, so you can identify that with the help of trends. Okay, so that only you can plan your things. Okay, this comes under portfolio management. Okay, or the financial instrument what you have. Okay, so there these trends will be very much useful for you. Okay, that's also a visualization of your stock history. Okay, any other questions?
No, sir. Thank you. Thank you so
Okay,
much, sir.
thank you. Thank you
Sir,
so much.
one more sincere request, sir. Could you please share your presentation, which is valuable, to the convener?
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you so much. Thank you all.
Thank you
Hope
so
you
much, sir.
enjoyed.
Sir, participants are requested to join us back after 2 o'clock. The second. So please, all of you others can switch on the video on, please. We could see. We'll have a photo with Kiran sir and all the participants. We request you. Sir is there, sir is there.
Good afternoon, Kiran sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
This is Dr. Abdullah Ahad from Anurag University. Sir, my special thanks to you, sir, for accepting our invitation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Your session is very wonderful and informative session, sir.
This is the beginning, sir. This is the beginning. So that's
Okay.
why I covered all the things.
In future also, we are expecting your support, sir. For anything we are
Definitely.
planning in future, definitely we are taking your support.
Definitely, sir. Definitely. I'll extend all the things.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Participants, please join us for the next session at 2 p.m. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. I can leave now.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Pawan sir, is it audible? Pawan sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Shall I start? Do we need to wait for some time?
Pawan sir, is it audible?
Yes, you are audible. And,
Okay. This is
yeah.
Deepika from AI department. Before starting this session, I would like to take a privilege to introduce about yourself. Okay. So, Mr. Pawan has an overall 14 years of experience in IT industry. His expertise in implementing Sales Cloud and custom application development. He has experience in customizing and configuring the application on force.com platform and well experienced in building and releasing the operations engineer. And also he has an experience as application repackaging. Sir is currently working as a senior consultant specialist at Tech Systems Hyderabad. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Thanks, Andrew. So, thank you for all giving this opportunity. And as per today's agenda, we will discuss about the DevOps and why we need and how we can implement. Not much practical, but I'll show small things. And what are all the tools we can? What are the tools we use? What are the tools we use in DevOps practice? Okay. So basically it is a methodology. DevOps is a methodology. So as we know, we are all very familiar with the software development lifecycle, SDLC, the waterfall methods and other different methods are there in development of a software. We used to do the development in like a straightforward, we can say in parallel method. So until unless we do we complete the testing of the module or testing of the code, we do not deploy into the live. Okay, so then from start point of the software development. So until unless we complete all the modules, we never deliver the software to the client.
So until unless we complete all these things like development of all the modules and integration of all the modules.
Hello,
But-
Pawan sir.
Yes,
Full screen, sir.
full screen.
F5, press.
It is in full screen mode only.
No, sir. Press F5, sir.
Actually, I'm on Notepad.
PPT view, view.
Okay, you are watching PPT. Huh?
Yes, sir. Click on the button.
Okay, I'm showing actual Notepad plus plus. Okay.
Okay.
Let me share entire screen.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Now you're able to see the
If possible, zoom it, sir. It is very small.
Where is that option? Zoom option.
Magnifier is there, sir. Please use the magnifier. It's visible, madam. Here is visible. Okay, sir. Go ahead, sir. It's visible on system, no problem. Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Right. So in our legacy software development lifecycle model, usually we are very familiar with these concepts as with SDLs, software development subject. So planning, coding, design, coding, testing or verification. It's like unit testing, right? You can say verify here, then build, then test, then deploy, for that release, then deploy, then operations, operate is nothing but it is like configurations things. Configurations in environment, then monitor. These are all the things happen in SDLC. So usually, right, so until unless we complete all these steps for all the modules, we never deliver the things to the client so client always expect the running code from the day one. So these days the change, the things are completely changed. From day one itself, the client always expects come live running code. That means at any point of time, we need a working software in the client environment. We need a working software client environment, and the development of the project or software has been changed. Methodology has been completely changed. Like agile methodology we are using, right? Scrum process and agile methodology. The main motto of these methodologies, right? The software owner will be having a running software. Running software means a live software, and that means whatever the changes we do in our working hours, end of the day, that will be released to the client. But in our old methodologies, the client has to wait until some point of time, like 1 month or 2 months. It's like quarterly base or half-yearly base kind of things. We do the releases to the client. But these days, every day, client will be getting the changes, latest changes, and he can utilize. He can start using that software. So that thing has to be implemented in real life. And there will be more complications, more problems are there, since from planning to monitor, all these phases will be done by the different departments. If you want to release a single line of code, by end of the day, we have to complete all these phases. And that means we have to collaborate all the teams, and we need to release that single line of code. Okay. So basically in every phase of these SDLC, we'll use different tools, manual process or automation process. We'll use different tools. If you want to release a file or a software or some part of the program, we have to complete all these things, and we have to collaborate each other without issues. We have to deliver that thing. So collaboration is important. So it is like wife and the relationship between the development team and release team, operations team. It is like wife and husband. Okay. So always Tom and Jerry issues. So if these two teams are collaborated each other, then client will be getting that software without issues, without late. In between these two teams, we'll be using different set of tools to process or to deliver a software, from development to from designing to the monitor. So we to achieve the goal, like by end of the day, the client has to have the customer or the product owner need to have a working software. We need to integrate all these tools. And to implement this methodology, we need a new process of software development, like saying that is agile. We already heard that. That is very buzzword in IT industry. So to implement that agile methodology, we have to follow this DevOps practice. DevOps practice. It is a combination of, able to see PPT, right? So whatever the points we discussed as of now, these are all the things from planning stage. Planning, after we create the programs, then we will verify and we will package. Package is nothing but building that. We'll create a jar file or WAR file or exe file, set of files. That is nothing but build process. So once the build is succeeded, we'll release that build to the client. So the configuration part, right? Release is nothing but we will deploy this var or jar or exes on client environment. Once the deployment is done, before deployment or after deployment, we do some configurations. That means pre-configuration, pre-deployment and post-deployment, or after deployment also we do some configurations to make our software run. Okay, so that thing is part configuration things. So once the new releases deployed successfully in the live environment, production support team will work on these monitoring tools, because we have to check the health and health of the software, and at the same time health of the hardwares. Okay, so that thing can be done by the monitoring team. So all these teams, right? Developers will work on developer team. So planning team completely different. So verify a testing team, verify in the sense of verification and a testing team. So build and release packaging team, build team. So deployment teams, these are all two different teams will work together, and they have to work together and they have to be on same page. Then only the client or product owner will get the working software by end of the day. Okay, so that is the reason we call DevOps is a practice, because it is a combination of two different teams, like development team and operations team, and it is a merging of different tools which we use in the process of development of the software and releasing of software. Okay, and so it's a big challenge integrating all these tools and make automation. So do the automation of a process of releasing from development to releasing the software. So we need a different tools, different new tools but so luckily we have a lot of tools in the market. So we'll see about the tools. So there are hundreds of tools in the market, and so we can use different tools, but most popular tools in the market. Git. So for the development process, it is quite as familiar as Java or .NET, whatever it is, whatever programming language we use, that is one. Git, we use version controlling. Then SonarQube we use, that is for static code analysis. Next one, build tool, Maven, which is called a build tool, you can say Maven build, and it is also used for project management tool. Also, we can call as project management project. It will create a project structure. Then Jenkins, which is orchestration tool. So this is the part of continuous integration, half of the part. So that means developers develop the code, and we do the development using Git version control, or SVN is there. Source versioning or control tool, or different tools are there. We can use any one of those. Most popular tool is Git, and then all these tools come together. We call as continuous integration part. Till this part, continuous integration. And after this, once the build is done, we'll store those in those WAR files or jar files, output of these artifacts we call as. So we store that in JFrog artifactory. It is also a tool. The advantage of this tool is we'll get auto versioning of our build files. Okay, once the build is done, we'll get jar file or WAR file or exe files, right? Setup files we'll get. So once we move those files into these artifactories, we'll get the versioning automatically in this tool to our setup files. So once we have artifacts in the artifactory, we have to release in the test environment. We have to deploy in those test environments. So these days we use Docker containerizations, Docker containers. In old days, right, we use physical servers or virtual servers, virtual machines. Old process, we use virtual machines or physical servers. Like we create those test environment in this process. So virtual machines we can create by using VMware tools or some other software tools. We can create virtual machines. But the problem with these virtual machines is we need to provide hardware. So how many virtual machines we create, that much size kind of thing, right? We have to give the hardware as also. It virtualize the hardware. It will not virtualize the software. Okay. So to overcome from this, to reduce the utilization of hardware, we have the concept of, we have the tool called Docker containers. It will not virtualize the hardware. It will virtualize the software. Okay. And it is a lightweight containers, lightweight machines. So whatever the softwares we require, those only we will install. Okay. In those missions. That is the reason most popular in this CI/CD or DevOps practice in nowadays. So if you want to create 100 virtual missions, right, we need to provide, we have to arrange a lot of hardware. Whereas in Docker containers. It's a matter of program. That's it. We have to provide it. Virtualize the software only. It will not virtualize the hardware. Okay, that is the beauty of the Docker container. And we can create thousands of containers. We can delete all those containers by writing a command. That's it. So these are very useful. Docker containers are very useful in creating the test environments. So for every change, for every new changes, for every new releases, we can create a Docker container and we deploy our changes in that container, and we can, after executing the test scenarios, once we have received the report, we can delete that container, since it is a logical mission, logical program, so that we can create logically and we can destroy logically. Okay, that is the beauty of the Docker container. Kubernetes, very popular tool. This is also, it is used to implement the clustering on containers. Clustering on containers. So these two are very useful to create the environment, to destroy the environment. So environment comes, so test environment, or we can say production environment also. So in our festival times, in peak days, like peak business hours, right? If you are trying to book the train ticket at the time of 10 a.m. or 11 a.m., morning 9 a.m. So the servers will receive hundreds of thousands of requests. So there is a limit, there is a capacity of the server. For every minute, for every second, it won't give a service for every requester. Okay, that is the reason we have to increase the servers in peak business hours. Okay, in festival time also. So in the e-commerce, right, Flipkart kind of thing, Amazon or Flipkart, they create virtual machines or virtual servers at the time of peak business, high business hours, and they will destroy those servers after the business hours. So since the Docker tool is there, our life is very easy. So these are the tools we use in creating the test environment. So once we are done with this testing and releasing, deploying, so we have to do some configurations, right? Like environment setup or path settings or access related things, or firewall settings or ports enabled things. Those kind of things we can do. We have to run few commands. So those things can be run using shell scripts, or we can do those configurations using configuration management tools like Ansible, which is very popular these days. The older tools are Puppet and Chef. Ansible is the most popular tool in these days. Why? Because Ansible is very easy to write the programs, and Puppet and Chef having a complex architecture. Because if you want to work on Puppet and Chef, you have to install the client version on your machines. You have to buy the client version as well as the server version. Whereas Ansible, it does not have the client tool. Okay, once the Ansible installed on server, you can access from our machines if it is configured in that network. So whereas Chef and Puppet, right, you have to install client version as well. So that is a major difference architecture. So because of that, most configuration management teams are using Ansible. It is having free version also. Ansible is having free version and license versions both. And it is developed on Python, since it is in Python, right? So it is very understandable and easy to write the coding in Ansible. So once the configuration is done, we have to do monitoring. Monitoring tools are there like Splunk, Grafana. These type of tools are there for monitoring purpose. It defines, or it will 24/7. It monitors our software program. Our software health, and as well as hardware help. So, we'll see some few things about the Git. So before the Git tool, we have SVN tool and other versioning controlling tools are there. So why the Git is very popular and popular tool is because it is a distributed architecture. It is a distributed architecture. Usually, if you are working on if you are developing a software, we always store our complete project in one location. That is, technically we call as repositories, or it is a folder. Repository is nothing but a folder which contains our programs. That's it. Okay. So daily we do the changes. If we do changes on existing files, or we will create a new program files on our based on our requirements. But whatever the changes we are doing on the existing files or old program files, we have to keep a versioning of the old. We have to keep the old versions. So before these versioning tools, the task was a complex thing, because we have to create a copy of those old files by giving a version, by giving a timestamp. We have to do manually to trace out the changes, old changes, to trace out the old code and the new code, and doing comparisons on those files. It is a complex thing for us. Whereas when it comes to Git, right, it is very easy. So to overcome all these problems, we have the tools called Git, SVN, and version controlling tools. There are market, a lot of other tools are there. Okay. So using Git, we can implement version control of the project. We can say complete project, we can create a version control. Okay. So, developers develop the code, and they will work on the Git version control system. So they'll commit the code into the Git repositories. As soon as developers commit the code in the Git repositories, right? We have to implement static code analysis. Static code analysis, basically it runs hundreds of rules against our code. The rules might be coding standards. The rules might be code redundancy. It will check for redundancy. It will check for standards. It will check for naming convention. It will check for packages, dependencies, everything it will check. We will write the rules. Instead of manual static code analysis, we can do automation by using static code analysis tools. Okay. So these tools, one of the best tools is the SonarQube. It supports hundreds of programming languages. So Sonar Cube, it will run, there are predefined rules are there. So as soon as we developer commits the code into the Git repository, it will run. The process of build has to be triggered. That is nothing but a continuous integration. So after all discussing all these things, right, we have to implement continuous integration and continuous deployment or delivery, we can say. Okay, continuous integration and continuous deployment. So that means as soon as the developer commits a code, new code to the repository Git, the build process has to be initiated automatically. Okay, that can be done by using Git hooks. That is a technical thing. Okay, but the achievement of the to achieve that, a product owner always will be having a running software. We have to implement this continuous integration and continuous delivery. Whenever the developer commits a new code to the repositories, the build process has to be initiated, build has to be done, and testing has to be done. And after that, deployment into the production environment. So it has to do automatically. Then only we can achieve this continuous integration and continuous deployment. So to automate all these two operations, integration and deployment, we have to use all these tools and we have to integrate all these tools. And we have to write the sequence of actions by using this orchestration tool. Okay. So Jenkins is an orchestration tool, whereas it will integrate all these tools which we use in CI/CD process. CI/CD process. So how can it integrate? Means Jenkins will be having thousands of plugins are there. We will install all the necessary plugins in the tool. We will integrate all these tools by configuring the credentials of those tools. Okay, so the process will be like this. The expectation, the process of CI/CD will be like this. As soon as the developer commits the code in the Git repositories, Jenkins will fire. A Jenkins job will be there. Jenkins job. This job will be triggered by the Git hooks. Or the other way is Jenkins job will keep monitoring for the new changes in this repositories. As soon as it receives the new changes, Jenkins job will trigger automatically by using hooks, Git hooks. The other way is we'll create the Jenkins pipeline job, make the job keep on monitoring on the repositories. Whenever it receives, it will run the sequence of those steps, pipeline scripts. Okay. So the first one we do is static code analysis. That is a first step. That is a basic thing. Okay. So once the static code analysis is done, it will meet, if it meet the threshold value where 80% of the code coverage is done, code is good, or 90% of the code is good, then we do the build process. Then we do the build process. Otherwise, we will send an email note to the developers as noting that the classes are not defined with the standard naming convention, or whatever the errors are there. We'll send the static code analysis report to the developers and concerned teams by sending the mail. So this can be the mail composing, and everything will be done in Jenkins job itself. We have to write all those scripts in Groovy script we can do, or without writing the scripts also we can do the configuration in Jenkins. So the scripts will be like this Jenkins file. It will be having all the stages. So build stage, testing stage, delivery stage. Like this, all the stages will be there. We have to write these Jenkins pipeline scripts in Jenkins tool. Okay. So let's complete this diagram. So once the static code analysis is done, right, we will do the build process. So build tools, we have different build tools in the market. MVN is the most popular tool, Maven tool. So it supports maximum languages to build. This can be triggered. This is one of the stage. So static code analysis, once it's done, Jenkins job will execute the next stage, that is build stage. Once the build is completed successfully, it will send the build status to the concerned teams. And it will move the build file, that means WAR file or jar file, to the artifactory. The JFrog artifactories are there, repositories are there, we have. Move those things into these artifactories. This part is completely continuous integration part, we can say. So continuous integration part. So this has to be automated like this to achieve the continuous integration. As soon as the developer commits the new code into the repositories, all these stages have to be executed automatically. Using this Jenkins orchestration tool, Bamboo tool is the, so there are popular tool. Bamboo is also one of the best orchestration tool or build tool we can say. So by configuring all these pages, if you want to add unit testing phase also, you can do this thing. So once the build is done, we will be having artifactory. The second part is continuous deployment, that is delivery. So we need the test environment. In a legacy environment, right? We will create the physical servers or virtual machines. So then we do the deployments in those environments. But these days we'll create Docker containers runtime at runtime. Okay, because Docker containers we can create by executing a Docker file. By executing a Docker file, we can create a Docker container. That means by executing a file which contains a few commands, it will create a container. Container is nothing but a machine. It is a virtualized machine which contains only necessary files to run our application. It will not be having any supporting files, unnecessary files. It will not have unnecessary files. If you virtualize a machine by using VMware, the size of that machine will be huge. At least 20 GB, 30 GB will be there. Whereas the Docker container is very lightweight. It will be in 1 GB or 2 GB only. Based on our application, the size of the container will be increased. So we'll create a Docker missions here, containers, Docker containers. By executing the Docker files, these Docker files can be run on Docker environment by Jenkins pipeline script itself. So in the pipeline script, that will be the one of the stage to execute the create a test containers. So we'll one of the step is execute Docker files here. Docker files here. Execute Docker files. It will create containers. How many Docker files we execute? Those many Docker containers it will create. So once the container is created, we do the deployment. That is a release. We do the deployment in Docker machines, and after this we will run test scenarios. If we are having a Selenium testing tool, we can integrate that Selenium testing tool in the Jenkins job by installing that Selenium plugins in Jenkins environment. Selenium test cases. So Jenkins will run Selenium test cases against these containers, which is having our application. So after executing all these test cases, we will be getting the report, the threshold report. Once the report or metrics have met the threshold value, so it will send a status of the report, test cases report, to the concerned teams, testing team and developer team. If any test cases are failing and it is not meeting the threshold value, it will send the status as build process or deployment process is failed, and it will give a red alert to the both the teams, developers and testing team. Okay, unit testing will be done here itself. The other testing thing like the quality assurance, user acceptance, performance, all these things will be done in continuous delivery part. Once this test phase is done, we'll deploy the new changes in pre-production environment. We do some changes. After then, we have to move our latest changes to the production environment. So before sending the production environment, before do the deployments in production environment, we have to get the approvals from the release management, from stakeholders, both the teams, from the development team and from the stakeholders. There will be a release heads will be there. So we will raise a change request. We'll get the approvals from the teams, and once they approved, we'll do the live release to the production environment. This process also can be automated by using the ticketing tools like ServiceNow or Jira tools. Okay, so once this phase is completed, testing phase is completed, we'll create a ticket for seeking approvals from the release heads. We'll create a ticket automatically. That can be done also. That has to be done by integrating those Selenium or Jira or ServiceNow tools in Jenkins. Okay, so by executing those commands, we can create a tickets and we can assign those tickets to the concerned team. Okay, so once it is done, we'll do the deployment in production environment, release to the production environment. So the monitoring team, it is so if you want to make a cluster on these Docker containers, we'll use Kubernetes. So we'll use Kubernetes. We have to run Kubernetes. So if this test environment and production environment is in cloud like AWS, Google, or Azure, then you have to use cloud automation tool like Terraform. Terraforms we have to use. So to automate to create virtual machines, to create a missions in cloud environment. Once the production deployment is done or pre-production deployment is done, so the build process is completed. And this process is nothing but continuous. Continuous delivery. Continuous deployment or continuous delivery. So in every phase, if you want to send a mail notification, we have to create a stage. You have to create a function here. So send function or send email status. So that function contains the logic. This function has to be called in every stage. This function has to be called in every stage. Any queries as of now? So far, we have just came to know that what are all the tools in DevOps practice. That's it. So as we discussed, Git repositories are there. Let's see practically some information like creating a repository in Git environment. So in early days, we have the Git. Git is having different commands to manage the Git environment. And these days, we have the UI environment by using GitLab, GitHub, or GitLab or GitHub. GitHub we can use GitHub. So how you create a email ID like that. You can create an account in GitHub and you can create repos. You can implement the version controlling using GUI. You can manage or you can implement the version controlling using GitHub. If you want to make the communication to the GitHub through the command prompt, then you have to install Git in your local machine. I already installed my Git in my machine. There is a simple setup and no issues on that. That is a simple thing. So when you click on right click in your environment, these two options will be there. Git GUI here, Git bash here. So when you run Git bash here, it will open the Git command prompt window. Git command prompt. So you have to install Git. You have to install Git on local machine. So Git to implement or to practice the GitHub, create account. Create account. So that is an URL here. This is a github.com. You can create login or by clicking sign up. So sign up, you can create a credential here by using this window. So this is the one of the way to create a GitHub account. I already logged in here. So when you click on this right side, this is a profile icon. So these repositories, your repositories, creating a repository, it is nothing but creating a folder, and that is a project folder. It contains complete code of the project. Okay, complete code. Click on new button. This guy will be the owner. If you want to have multiple owners, you can drop down list will be there. Okay. So give the repository name. Alan Valley sales process. Sales application or Alan Valley sales application, you can give it. This project. If you create a public repository, this will be accessible by all the people. Okay. If you want to make it private, this will be a private. And no one will edit your files. If the other people want to edit, we have to make them as a collaborator, that I will show you later. Add a README file. We can skip this option. This will give a hint kind of thing, help document in the repository. By default, it will create it. Create the repository. The project folder has been created. So if we are using Maven tool, using Eclipse, we can do the Maven implementation, Maven project creation by using a pom.xml file, pom.xml file. Okay. So it is empty project now. And if you see here, branches. So what is branch? Branching strategy in Git and branching strategy in Git. Branching strategy. So we can implement different types of branching strategies. So branching strategies, the concept, this is one of the main concept in Git in Git. So branching strategies, this is one of the biggest challenge in project development life cycle. So we have different environments. If you consider any project, right, we'll be having different environments, which is dev environment, project environment, right? We are very familiar with this terminology and the concepts also. Project environment, dev environment, test environment, production environment. Production environment. So production is live. It is always having live code. We never, the main principle in the development life cycle is developers or testing team or any other team never touch the live code. We always deploy our new changes. Once the testing phase is completed and we get approvals, then we do the deployment in the production. We will move our new code into the live environment. But no one will have the powers to work in live environment. There is a major and principle, there is a basic principle and major thing also. Okay, that is the reason we will be having different environments in every project development lifecycle. So dev environment, test environment. In the test, right, we'll be having different phases will be there. QA, UAT, pre-prod, and like this, we'll be having different environments based on the project architecture and the complexity of the project. We'll be having multiple test environments.
So Pawan sir, sorry for troubling you, sir.
Yes.
Sir, if possible, please increase your voice, sir. Some audience are demanding for voices not to be marked.
All are having the same problem or a few only?
No, sir. Your voice is good, but if you are increase the voice, now that should be benefited to the audience.
Yeah. Okay, I'm trying my best.
Okay.
Yeah, already given. Okay. I'll try raise the voice. Okay. So in the dev environment, the developers will be having different missions, and they will work on this. Developers will work on this environment. A developer will work on dev environments. Okay. So from top to bottom, the code will move from dev to production. So every phase in every environment, we have to implement code versioning. We have to implement code versioning. As we discussed earlier, versioning of the code. Why? Because why we have to implement code versioning? To track the old and new changes, to do comparisons, or if the new changes are not working, we can revert to the old changes. If you want to do this process manually, that will be a big thing. Okay. If you have any automated tool, that means automation tool like Git or SPN or some other version control tools, so we can easily revert to the old code, or we can easily deploy the old code on the new things. Okay, we can do the comparisons. What are all the new changes have been done? So those things we can do by executing few commands itself. In the testing phase also, if you want to compare between the old test scenarios and new test scenarios, like test some XYZ scenario on the old code, some the same XYZ scenario on the new code. If you want to get the same report, if you want to revert those changes into the old version, then the versioning we need, and at the same time, this testing code has to be keep in a separate project folder. Production code has to keep in a separate project folder. Development code has to be keep in a separate project folder. Okay, so developers only work on that folder, and the testing team will work on that folder only. Okay, production always, and there no one will touch the production live code, will be on separate folder. So after completing all these two things, we'll move our changes into that folder, project live folder. Okay, so here we have to keep two different project folders. That is one of the big thing. And at the same time, we have to implement the versioning in the two environments. So using Git tool, one tool is enough to implement all these things by using this concept called branching strategy. By using the concept called branching strategy. So branching strategy means based on our architecture, based on our project architecture, we'll create branches. So the main branch will be there for the project folder. The main branch will be there. And pre-production branch will be there. Pre-production. Branch is nothing but a project folder only. It is a project folder only. Branch is nothing but a folder which contains all the files, all the project files. Okay. So pre-production file, okay, sorry, pre-production branch. Then for QA branch, UAT branch, dev branch. So main branch is always pointing to the production servers. It is contains the live code. This branch will contains all the live code. So whenever we receive a ticket, that means change request, or we can say whenever we receive a requirement, developers will work on that requirement. They will move the changes to the UAT, then QA, then pre-production, then main branch. Once the main branch received the changes, the build process will be done. The deployment process will be done on production servers. This is the process will be implemented in the real life only. So since these branches have been created in Git tool, automatically version control will happen in every branch. So based on our project architecture, branching strategy will be vary. In some projects, there will be other extra branch will be there, which is called hotfix branch. If you are getting any errors in the main live code or main branch in production environment, the usual process is they will raise a production support ticket. The ticket will be assigned to the development team. We have to pass all these phases. Then only the corrections will be moved to the live branch. That means main branch. Sometimes some project architecture, right? If it is a smaller, minor change, they want to work on this hotfix branch to avoid all these phases. That means to save the time. Okay. So hotfix branches will be there. That is the very teeny changes we will do in hotfix branches. So these kind of branching strategy will vary from project to project and are based on the architecture and environment project. Okay. So these branches we can create using the GUI tool or by using the Git commands. So let me show you using GUI tool. So by default, if we create a project folder, main folder, we'll be getting the main branch. The main branch will be having files, all those project related files. Let's create a file here by click on this file, add file, create new file. So your code will be there here. Okay. So once the file is created and the code is written, just give it the commit new file. That means we are committing, we are saving our file in that repository. So we worked on this main branch. But in real life, we never work on the main branch. I just showed you how to create a file. So by using the main branch, we will create all the next low-level branches like hotfix, pre-production, or dev environment. So if you want to create a dev branch here, give the dev branches mostly will give the naming convention with developer names. So give the name and click on this create branch from main. So by default, it will create an empty branch, but we are choosing that create this dev branch from by using the main branch. Whatever the files available in the main branch, that will be cloned to the new branch. So whatever the files are available in the main branch, those have been cloned into dev branch. So like this, we'll be having different branches for every developer, so that no one will disturb the others' code files. So these branch, right? This repository, or we can say our branch related repository, will be having. I will be having a local copy in my local machine. I will work on in my local machine. Once my unit testing is done, I will move my changes into the main repository here. See, this repository is available in remote location. That is in cloud location. Okay. So mostly we will not work here. We will not create the code here directly. We will use some editors like Eclipse or Visual Studio Code or some editors. We will use some editors which are available in our local machine. That means I have to clone, or I have to create a local copy of this repository in my local machine, right? So what I can do is, wherever you want to create that repository, local repository, navigate to that location and right click here and click on dash git bash here. So it will open the git bash window to communicate with the GitHub, remote GitHub repositories, GitHub tool, right? We use the git commands. We have to install git tool in our local machine to communicate the GitHub, So I want to create a local copy here. For that, git cloning the remote repository, cloning the remote repository. So count of the branches also available. These are the links we will use: HTTPS link or SSH link. If it is communicated already, configured SSH configured already, we will use SSH, or we will use HTTPS. Copy by clicking this icon. We'll copy this URL. We'll use that URL here. Git clone your git repository URL. Okay. As of now, I don't have that repository here. Now I am cloning that repository in my local machine. Sometimes it asks for logging into the GitHub credentials. So provide those credentials. So now it's the project folder has been cloned here. You can see physically in your folder. Since we cloned from a GitHub, right? .git already created. That means it is a Git environment, a version controlled Git environment. Okay. So if you want to make any other folder into a Git environment, you have to initiate that command called git init. If you run this command, that folder will be converted as a Git repository. Now it is a Git repository. Okay. In Visual Studio Code, we can use open folder. I hope you are very familiar with the VS Code as to VS Code, I believe. Give the trust to the others. This is the way we have to open the folder here. I mean, Git repository folder or your project folder in VS Code. So once it is done, we can edit your files. You can see the list of repositories which are available in your account by navigating this option, repositories. So as of now, I never work on this thing only. So, right. So we have navigated, we have cloned the repository. So navigate to the AWS application. You can see that normal folder. You can see the difference between normal folder and Git environment. So you're on main branch. You're never supposed to work on main branch. You have to navigate, check out to the main branch. I mean your branch. Check out to Pawan Dev. So it will move from main branch to the Dev branch. Okay. So I have to work on my branch. I never supposed to work on this one. So if you want to run the Git commands in Visual Studio Code, you have to open a terminal here. So click on terminal, new terminal. It will work like a command prompt window. It will work like a command prompt window. So you should be in that folder, project folder. Then you can run all these things. If you want to create any other file, create the new file. So these files have been updated in my local copy. These are not updated in here. If you refresh this page also, I will not get those changes. There is no code as of now. It is a remote location. This is not our local copy. Okay. And at the same time, there is no such file called sales process. Sales.java file is not also available. So it is a local copy. I'm working locally. Okay. So that means by cloning the remote repository in my local machine, I am able to work locally. Okay. So there is no need to connect a live connection to the remote repository. That means without network also, I am able to work on my project work. Okay. Whereas other tools like SVN and other centralized networks, that is the main disadvantage. We have to keep a live connection to the remote repository, then only we can work, then only we can access the project repositories. So whereas in Git, we don't need to we don't need to maintain a live connection to the remote repository. We can clone the remote repository locally. We can check out to my branch. I can work just like that. Okay. This is the major difference between other tools and Git. And this is the architecture called distributed architecture. Git is a distributed architecture. It will distribute the remote copy to the local and let them work on the local copy. So as soon as you are done with the local, you have to commit those changes. Git is having different stages are there. That means after creating your code changes, after done your changes, right? It will be, that is nothing but you are working in working directory. That means I am working in this directory called AWS, Allen Valley Sales Application. That is my local working copy and that is a working directory. Okay. So once the code is done in working directory, Git creates a staging area here. Staging area. Where if you want to commit your changes locally, if you want to commit permanently, that means until unless you commit, until unless you give the permanent commitment, commit to the Git environment, you will never get the versioning. You never get the versioning of the file. You have to give the commit. That means commit is nothing but you are permanently saving the changes into the Git environment. So to make that process or to achieve that process, right, to meet to that point, in between that, we are having the staging area where it will be having all the changes. In the staging area, it is nothing but all the new changes which are not yet committed to the repository, Okay. So as soon as you save the file, it will move to the staging area. As soon as you save the file, that file will be moved to the staging area. Once you execute the commit command, it will commit locally. It will give a permanent save to the local repository. That means local save. That means we are getting the versioning of our files. Okay. So once it is done, we have to push our code to the remote repository. Push new changes to remote repository. This is a process we do in our daily life cycle if you are using Git. Okay. Version control. If you are implementing version control, this is the process. So as of now, we have executed two commands: git clone, git checkout. And after checking out my branch, I have done my changes, and now I have to do the commit. Okay. So before that, if you want to find the new changes, you can check the status by executing git status. So this file has been modified and this file has been created. These are the new changes in my project folder. I can see by executing the git status, by executing the git status command. If you want to find the difference, right? Git diff hello world Java. So these are the newly added lines. That was the old line. Hello, welcome to Git this was the line added in my remote repository directly. Okay. Remember, right? This one. So when we are creating this file from GUI, we have added this comment line. And in my local copy, I have added this add plus lines, all these lines. So by executing the difference command, diff command, git diff and the file, it will display all the changes, old changes and the new changes. Okay. So by using these two commands, git status and git difference, you can find the status of your working local copy. So once it is done, you need to commit git commit -m is the command. It is used to give the commit message. We have created a new file. That means created file. So whatever the message you want, if you want to provide, so you can provide that message here. Git commit. That means we are committing our changes locally. I did not configure that. So it is asking to configure these things. In my local environment. So whatever the credentials we are using in GitHub repository, provide those credentials, and the username is GitHub. That will be the username. Git. So git configuration file. User name. Now run. So adding to the staging area. I'm sorry. Staging area, we have to add those changes into staging area. That is git add dot. This command we have to run to add all those changes into the staging area. So once it is done, git commit -m and the message file created or some which is relevant to your operation, which is relevant to your changes, provide that message. So these two files have been changed and moved to committed to the local repository. So far we have committed locally. Those are not available here. If you observe, there is no code. There is no latest code here. Okay. So we have committed locally. That means we are able to, we will get the versioning of those files. So once it is done, we have to push the changes, git push command, git push. So it will push all the changes, whatever have been done, those things will be moved to the remote repository. So this is the github.com username application. The changes have been moved to the remote repository. You just refresh it. We will be getting the new code. And at the same time, we'll be getting the extra file, new file also. So this is the way we run, we configure, or we run the commands we have to. So first command is git clone and the URL. So the second command is git checkout. This has to be very important. So move checkout your branch name. Next, git do the changes. Do your changes. Then git dot add space dot. So this will make all your changes. This will move all your changes into the staging area. So once it is done, so these are optional only, optional things. optional things, git status. If you want the status, git diff test.java. If you want find the status or something. So once it is done, give the commit to the local copy and your message. So after this, git a push. This will move all your local commits to your remote repository. So by using this git control, git tool, we are getting the version control. So if you observe here on this file, we have different commits are there. If you click on history, so there are two commits are there. This is the commit ID. For every commit, there will be a commit ID. Okay. So if you go on to this new commit, right, you can come to know what are all the changes have been done, what are all the lines have been added, what are the old lines are there. So in that commit, we have moved this file and as well as sales file, sales.java file. So this is the way we use Yes, we have a lot of repositories are there for different applications. We can clone those repositories. If once you are having, for example, yes. I don't have this, but if you want to search globally in all Git, it will give hello world repositories. So this can be in Java or whatever the languages it is there. In Java, we are having 40,000 repositories of 40,000 applications are there. So if they are public, you can edit also. If they are private, you can't edit. So if you want to clone, you can use this thing, git clone, copy this URL, and same right click, git bash here, git clone, paste that URL. So we have that object, we have that project folder here, hello world, source files, main Java. You know the Java project architecture, right? So this is our. I hope your doubt is clear. So as my project, my repository was private repository, I was not able to access without providing the credentials. If you want to make it as a public, you can make it public. For every repository, there will be a settings option with there. You can do the configuration by using this. By using this window, you can do the configuration, you can do the settings. If I want to make it as a public repository, just change visibility, change it to public. So now it is a public repository so that everyone can access, everyone can be accessible this repository and they can do the changes as well. So if it is a private repository and if you want to make someone has to work on this repository, you have to add their ID, add people. That guy should be having a GitHub credential, then only we can add the other person as a collaborator. Okay. So if you are creating a project or if you are implementing any mini projects or kind of thing, some of your classmates are doing some project development together. So you can create a repository and all together, all those members, whoever is working in that project, create a credentials and make them as a collaborators. by adding by adding them as a collaborators. Okay. Any queries so far? Which we have drawn, right? So developers will work on the dev branches. So once they develop the work, so they have to run the unit test cases. Once the unit test cases is done, they have to move on to the test branches. They changes into the test environment like UAT, create UAT from where. Now it is not having the sales.java. Now it is having main application which does not have any new code. So our new code is available in dev branch only. In dev branch only we have. So we have to move those changes into the UAT environment. If you want to get help anything, Git help is there. Git help. So it will open that respective help page. So you will get the help by executing the ---- help command, and branch is a command, is one of the command. So I want to move all these changes from dev branch to UAT. So for that you can we have to create a pull request. Pull means so we have to get the changes from dev environment to UAT. So that means we are pulling the changes from dev branch to the UAT. So create this pull request. So in this drop-down list, we are telling that we are getting the changes from dev branch to the UAT branch. That is nothing but merging from one branch to the another branch, one branch to another branch. Okay. So once we created this pull request, this will be assigned to the approvers. Since it is a public repository and my personal repository, that will automatically the rights will be with me only. So in real life, right, this request, pull request, specifically pull requests will be assigned to the approvers only. So we can configure the admins, Git admins will configure that one. So merge pull request. So that means we are good to merge. Confirm merging. So the pull request has been approved. So if you observe here, in code, the main branch and UAT branch. Previously, the UAT branch doesn't have this sales.java, and the latest code is also available now in UAT branch. So that means we have been moved our dev changes into the UAT. Once the UAT branch has been received those changes, again, if you want to build on UAT things also, you can do the build, you can do the deployment, you can run test cases and send the mail notification. So for every environment, you can do the build process. Okay. Mostly we never do. We do the build in build environment only. Then we will deploy all the things in test environment. That's it. So we have to learn all these tools: SonarQube tool, build tool, Jenkins tool. Artifactory is just we need to configure it. We don't know. We don't need to work on more things on these Artifactory tools, JFrog. So we'll store all our set of files and repository, I mean, WAR files, jar files here. We'll do the deployment. We'll move deployment those artifactories and test environment of pre-prod and production. That's it. So whenever we have received a request to deploy some XYZ version, we pick that from Artifactory and we do the deployment. It is like copy that WAR file to the destination. That's it. Any queries, guys? So far, based on my time limit, I have done this.
Hello, Pawan sir.
Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. Your session is very nice and informative, sir. The way you have to given the hands-on session is very extraordinary.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. As a participants have any queries, please ask, raise your hand, or else post the question in your chat box. Audience, if you have any queries, please raise your hand, or else post the question in chat box. Sir Pawan sir,
yes,
in chat box some questions are posted, sir.
Okay.
Is there any predefined codes are available in GitHub?
Oh, that is already discussed, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I discussed about that code. Yeah.
Okay.
I showed that. I showed also.
Any more questions from audience? Sir, no questions, sir. Thank you, Pawan sir, once again for your cooperation. We wish to continue our collaboration future too.
Sure, sir. Definitely. Yeah, it's my pleasure and happy to work with
Okay, thank you.
all of
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, sir. So, dear participants, we will continue our sessions tomorrow at 10 o'clock. So, thank you all for your cooperation, and we wish we continue the same thing for the next 4 days. So, thank you one and all. Please, one photo you have to take at the end of the session. Pawan sir?
Yes, yes, sir.
Switch on your video, sir. Others also, please switch on your video. Every day at the end, we can take one snapshot. Audience, please switch on your video. Okay, thank you, thank you. The task is completed. Thank you, everyone. One feedback link already shared in your chat box. Please, all of you submit your feedback every day. Okay, we'll continue tomorrow. Thank you.
You also, I'm leaving the meeting. Yeah.